Welcome back to the Velocity Invitational. A huge thank you to everybody for your patience, and also a fantastic shout out and a thank you to our crew behind the scenes. For those that have not been aware locally, we've had a little bit of a hiccup as we've actually had a truck run into the cell phone tower and internet fiber cable. So we've unfortunately been without internet for much of the morning. So it's been a little bit of a hectic run behind the scenes. We actually technically still don't have it. Our producer and showrunner has absolutely run magic. And also Charlie Hayes and Charlie Hayes Racing has helped us behind the scenes as well. So now that that's out of the way, we are getting ready for qualifying races today. It's qualifying day for the Velocity Invitational, and this group that we're getting ready for is the 1966-71 Formula B group. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury here to bring you the action on the track. These qualifying races will set the grid for later this weekend for the feature races. Joey, I've been enjoying the action that we have been able to see out there because it was one thing seeing the drivers circulate around, but seeing them actually go wheel to wheel has been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. The qualifying practice that happened yesterday kind of turns into racing here on Saturday and Sunday. And, yeah, I've been able to watch, at least out the window here, a couple of sessions already taking place, a couple of exhibition sessions already taking place as well. Got some really cool cars going around the racetrack, and as you can see, we're actually getting lined up to start yet another Formula race here this morning.
We had the Formula Junior cars a little bit earlier. Those are the older models in the early 60s. These obviously slightly more recent. And we were talking yesterday about how they're definitely lower to the ground, a little more squat, and definitely very, very quick. So it should be entertaining to watch them all go wheel to wheel here today as they are getting ready for the green flag. Pace car is off to the side. They're looking to the flag stand, getting ready to take the start as they're lined up in nice rows. And there is the green as we head off towards turns 1 and 2. Going to be a nice blind crest up into the first braking zone.
Make sure that everything is comfortable underneath you in these cars as you have that double file start, and now you see everybody has kind of narrowed it down to single file on the racing line. I would say the first third of this track is incredibly tricky on these opening laps with how many blind overcrest opportunities here present themselves throughout sector number 1. Actually just had a car off in between turn 3 and 3A, rejoined very nicely.
So they'll head down the hill towards 4 and 5 now. Kyle Collins currently leading with Jeff Brabham following in behind there is a legendary name. Jeff getting to drive some of his dad's machinery from back in the olden days as we head on to the drag strip now. And again, this is all to try and set the grid, so positioning is going to be important. You will see these cars trying to go at it and overtake one another out on the circuit. This is one of the better spots to try and make those overtakes. This is into turn 7, and then it's back through the S's of turn 8. As it looks like Kyle still our leader currently up at the front on this first lap. It's Rodney Grabinski currently running in third with Martin Lauber in fourth and Art Hebert rounding out your top 5 as we get ready to complete lap 1.
Come on down here to the turn 11 hairpin. Ooh, we're going to go side by side, a braking duel on the first lap, and we do have a lead change up front. I believe that's going to be the 83 going to the point right now with Jeff Brabham driving.
So round turn 1 once again already have a change of position. Grabinski stays in third. They're seeing that the 299 car might have a bit of a penalty here. That might be from another session. I'm not seeing a 299 in this group right now, but they're back over 3 and 3A, staying pretty close together, which is great to see, Joey. That's always one of the things when you have these vintage races is you get all different eras of cars, so there might be a little bit of spread on speeds.
Yeah, the speed differential might be there, but one thing is for sure that the drivers inside these cars have been pushing the limits all weekend long, and you even see it here going down through the carousel. There's Kyle Collins trying to get to the inside of Jeff Brabham, and now using a little bit of that slipstream. It's going to be yet another braking duel, this time at the far end. Ooh, a little bit of a lockup there from Kyle. Still gets the car slowed down.
Wow, they are not taking this lightly. That is fantastic. But Jeff Brabham is going to hold him off for now. But look at how this has backed them up, because Grabinski is now quite close. That's going to bring Lauber in as well. Top four, practically nose to tail. In fact, I think third might see a change of position as Grabinski coming down through turn 9 into 10. Looks a little bit under threat. Let's see if we get a move down into 11 again.
It seems like the two ends of the racetrack, the hairpins, are exactly where these drivers are trying to make these moves. And once again, the number 9 car of Kyle Collins was poking the nose down to the inside, presenting the car into that rear view mirror of Jeff Brabham. But Jeff is saying, you know what? I'm plenty confident on the brakes. I can take it that much further.
I was going to say the experience that Jeff Brabham has certainly should make him feel confident. But what a joy this has got to be for Kyle Collins, getting to race against a legend such as that 83 driver. But up and over two once again, and towards the climb at the top of the hill. He's staying right on him. He's not going to have many opportunities here, Joey, but he's keeping him in touch.
It really has been the drag strip braking zone that they've been using as those passing opportunities. So I think you're going to see Kyle kind of tuck into line down the carousel. Now, I say that in the previous lap, he was trying to get down to the inside, but maybe just a little bit of a larger gap going into the carousel. No, I take that back. Almost a deja vu from last lap. Kyle right on the back of Brabham.
Let's see if he's got enough to go for it again. Last time he felt ambitious. He tried to outbrake him, but locked up the left front. No such disaster this time. And we'll just back in behind him. Now they've kind of split off into two pairs currently. Collins and Brabham, Grabinski and Lauber racing against one another. They've dropped third and fourth.
Oh, an excellent run. Just able to carry a little bit of momentum there. The number 9 car. And Joe, you were kind of talking about the speed differential, right? These are different cars made in different years. And what I'm seeing is actually the number 9 car maybe a little bit faster through the corners, gives them a little bit of confidence getting out of that corner in the run. However, Brabham seems to have a very, very confident brake pedal and can take it that much deeper into the corners to defend from it.
It is always frustrating being stuck behind a car that's quick in a straight line while you're quick in the corners, and he's going to try and see if he can outbrake him up into turn 2, go straight around the outside as Brabham will let him by. We have a new leader. It is Kyle Collins once again.
Let's see if there's going to be an answer at all from the number 83 car, and you'd mentioned the other battle for what is third place as well, starting to not go anywhere. If these top two start to go more side by side, I bet you third place is going to reel it in again.
Indeed, and there's a little bit of a look from Lauber. He tries to see if there's any room at turn 5. Now he's going to go for 6. Sometimes you can see sneaky passes into there, but he is shallow into the corner and decides better of it as he allows the 4 to hold the spot.
Just watching him out the window here, go down that drag strip section. Take this slight left off to the side there. You see the brake markers on the left side for the drivers, and you got to concentrate on those to take it as deep as you possibly can. Oh, that was using up all of the width on the exit down there at turn number 7.
Back and forth, they'll once again go here through the S's. They stay in position. That's Grabinski in the red number 4 out there on track. Behind him, the blue number 36 giving chase as they head towards the braking of turn 10. Looks like he's got a good shot at it. He's going to look down to the inside. As Grabinski does not cover, he feels confident. He cuts down to the apex, and he will hold that third position.
Excellent fights here throughout the entire top 3, call it top 4 positions, and they really have run away pretty significantly from everybody else. I can report that Art Herbert is hanging out inside the top 5 in the number 19 car as well.
And ever since Kyle Collins managed to get ahead of Brabham, he has taken off. So he clearly was the quicker of the two over a lap. He's got about 1.3 seconds over the 83 at this stage. Meanwhile, this battle rages on for P3 out on the circuit down through turn 4 once again. Stays right on the gearbox of that red number 4, Grabinski, looking like he does not feel too concerned. We haven't seen him make many moves to try and defend.
Seems confident, right? He's confident in the performance of the car, and as long as he sticks onto the racing line and hits his marks, it certainly seems like that red number 4 is able to at least hold off Lauber at kind of a stiff arm distance. Now, this is going to start to get a little bit interesting. I had mentioned the top 4 had really run away from the rest of the pack. That means we're going to be approaching some slower cars, some lap traffic potentially.
Indeed, and I think that may have been Lashaway that they had possibly just gotten by, and now it causes the third and fourth battle to have to work their way around. Looks like they've already gotten past off screen right now, so that has caused temporary complications. Of course, the lap car is a nice breather until we get to those behind, because it is a pretty darn big gap to those down the way. Meanwhile, we take a look once again at third and fourth as they will complete another lap, and a look to the inside from the 36 down across the line. He's going to be on the inside of turn 1, but that's the outside of turn 2, Joey.
Yeah, Grabinski left the door open on the front straightaway. Now he's trying to keep the nose in. However, Martin Lauber was able to carry that momentum up the hill and overtake for what is third place overall. And now we're going to see if it's going to be a little bit of a similar story from what we saw up front when Kyle Collins finally made that pass on Jeff Brabham. Can now this number 36 car run away?
So we've got about 7 minutes left in this qualifying race before we will call it, and the grid will be set for the next race later on this weekend. Nice move by that 36 of Lauber to get himself into the top 3. We'll have lots of action here this weekend, including, if you're a fan of Formula One, Yuki Tsunoda is here, and he's got a meet and greet that starts at 11 a.m. Line is forming now at the autograph station by the racing car paddocks. So looking forward to that taking place. We'll also have another autograph session for the Porsche Sprint Challenge drivers at the Yokohama Activation Center as well, also at 11 a.m. this morning. In the meantime, we do have a special guest in here with us, and that is Yuri Zachenko, who is part of Race Pro Sim. Yuri, welcome up into the booth. Joey and I both big sim racers ourselves. That's how I got my start in commentating, actually. So very excited to have you in here. Tell us a little bit about your company.
Hi, guys, and thank you very much for having me. I'm very excited being here, and actually racing simulators are so popular nowadays, as well as racing. It's getting hotter and hotter, and basically what we are watching right now, like old Formula cars, racing simulators probably for the most of the people who can't afford being on the track, who can't afford having these cars, is the only way somehow to experience these cars, to feel them. I understand that there is no G-forces on the simulator, but nowadays the technology, the physics, the software and the hardware can still provide you very, very good feedback from the simulator, so you can actually feel the car, feel the behavior, and that is amazing. That is very promising for the whole motorsport.
And especially in the open wheel world, open wheel racing is incredibly popular on the sim. Now, tell us a little bit more about Race Pro Sim and exactly what you do with the company.
We're a local company, so we're based in San Francisco Bay Area, in San Carlos, and I've been doing racing in Ukraine. I'm a vice champion of Ukrainian Time Attack Championship, and we've been doing the simulator since 2017, and now our company is highly growing, and the products we are making, they provide the possibility for the drivers to get a really, really accurate experience of driving and for training, and with our products you can get a real seat time beside the track.
Now, are you guys mainly building these simulators and speccing out for each individual customer? Is that really kind of the model of it all, is making sure that they are able to work in kind of the cars that they want to go out and drive in?
Exactly. So we are providing a turnkey service. That's the very important thing, because simulator, it's like a race car. It's the bunch of hardware connected with a lot of software with settings. So basically, all the simulators we're providing, they are turnkey. So we deliver it, we set it up, we work with customer to teach him how to use it, because our main goal, we want the customers to use them. We want them to get in them experience, otherwise just sitting somewhere covered by dust. So basically, yeah.
And I guess the other big point, since we talked a little bit about what Race Pro Sim does, what's the easiest way to get in contact with you?
We're located in San Carlos. Our website is raceprosim.com, and I'm a founder of the company. I'm the main engineer. I'm the CEO and CTO, and you're very welcome to reach me out to ask me any questions, and I'm very excited to dive you deeper into the sim racing world and into the racing world, because I'm connecting the both worlds with my product.
Well, if you guys heard that, raceprosim.com, if you're interested in more of the racing simulators, especially with Yuri here. And thank you so much for coming up and joining us here. I guess my last question for you, Yuri, is do you have a setup here in the paddock that some people can come and talk to you today over the course of the weekend?
Exactly. At the place where all the cars are going on the track, on the left from that place, you can see my simulator, you can talk to me and ask me any question and try it out. My best rig is here, so you're very welcome.
Awesome. So if you're listening in the paddock and you want to check out some racing simulators, definitely go check out Race Pro Sim. You can find them down there in the paddock. And Yuri, thank you so much for coming up and joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
That's fantastic stuff. And like I said, Joey and I definitely very interested in sim racing. And honestly, this is very relevant for me because my favorite part of Sims is running in the vintage cars, and have covered a lot of the races on the vintage community in simulator in Sims. But we haven't seen any changes on track. We've still got about 2 minutes left to go on the clock, and Kyle Collins now about 2 seconds ahead, so he hasn't completely run away from Brabham. But I look at those behind them, and it is now, looks like 8 seconds between Brabham and Lauber. So the top two have absolutely disappeared.
Pretty impressive watching these cars go around, and I believe that we are actually just now getting the checkered flag, and Kyle Collins in that number 9 is kind of that first car to take that from what I see.
Yeah, apologies. So it looks like calling a little bit earlier than we anticipated. That is going to end our qualifying race. Collins, your winner, with Jeff Brabham second, Grabinski third, Lauber in fourth, and Hebert in fifth. We've also got some more stuff happening down there in the paddock. Cars and Bids live auctions will start closing at 11 a.m. Head to the Cars and Bids in the paddock to bid and watch the action live at 10:50 a.m. And once again, a reminder, if you want to meet Yuki Tsunoda, he's got a meet and greet starting at 11 a.m. And the line is forming at the autograph station by the race car paddock. So go check it out right now. Invitational at Sonoma Raceway. We're getting ready for Group 6. That's the 1972 to 1980 IMSA GT, GTX, AAGT, and FIA Group 4 race cars. Some incredibly beastly machines, some very rowdy sounding machines that we're getting ready to watch after we just finished watching the Formula B group here. Also, if you've been here at the track and watching, the display that we've had from the Dallara cars that have been out running have actually been driven by Boris Said, the legendary Boris Said, who many of us grew up watching racing on both the oval and road side, but probably a little bit more on the road side. Glad to have him out here getting to take some people out and really show off what Dallara can do. But this is probably an era that Boris himself is very fond of, Joey, as we get ready to watch these classic sports cars.
Yeah, Patrick Byrne is going to be on that pole position. He's in that red number 40 Corvette out there. Thing makes a tremendous sound, and then I believe that's the Deccan Monza lined up behind him with a Porsche out to the outside. And we have a green flag here for the next race of the Velocity Invitational.
9 laps to try and get as high up the order as you can. As we come up to turn 1, the Deccan Monza maybe a little bit slow off the line, looking like he's going to lose out as the 42 Porsche tries to duck underneath. And watch out for that Celica as well, trying to get involved. The number 98 going to slot in behind the Porsche.
That white and pink Porsche driven by Webster, that number 42, was definitely one of our faster cars yesterday during some of the practice and qualifying sessions, so make sure to keep an eye out for that one, especially with the giant flames that spit out the back end of that 935.
Patrick Byrne's going to lead us away here in that number 40, currently up at the top spot. They'll plunge down the hill now through turn 6 onto the drag strip once again, picking up speed. Not seeing anybody up at the front of the field able to make any moves down at turn 7, where we saw lots of action back in the Formula cars. Looks like the mid-pack, though, much closer as everybody jockeying to position themselves.
Let's see about the first time into the brake zone at the far end of the track, turn number 7. This is the 56, the 7, and the 48, all in kind of this 3-pack here, sorting out where they want to be on the racetrack. And all of a sudden, talk about some extracurricular activity coming out of turn number 7. That 914 has a little bit of an issue. Now, he was wicked loose coming out of the corner, but you can obviously see something is coming out the back end.
Not entirely sure what it is, but he's carrying on, and it seems to be at full song, so the 22 is dealing with it, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, the 7 under a little bit of threat here is Cameron Healy, actually on the attack, I should say, coming up into the braking zone, seeing if he could get by Gabriel Tesh, in the number 48, to no avail this time. Behind them, and we actually got a car slow going through the S's right now at the very back off screen, as our Datsun on screen is under threat. The 22 now not going at full speed as well, so we've had what seems to be multiple problems in this group.
Yeah, and I think the smoke that's coming out of the back of the 22 is actually more from underneath the car. That is Tom Linton driving that yellow 914 out there, so at least he is aware of the issue and has backed down the pace. But up front, it is still Patrick Byrne leading the way before we get to this little bit of a 3-pack led by this BMW, now getting taken advantage of down the inside here, going through turn number 5, headed to the carousel.
So nice little overtake. Not often you see passes managed between 4 and 6, but 5 sometimes offers some opportunities. That was the 55 of Chet Taylor that managed to sneak on through. I think that's Thor Johnson of the 103 BMW just behind him, but he is not done yet. He's got the 56 of Carl Durkheimer closing in. Meanwhile, look up at the front. We might have a battle for the lead.
We do have a lead change. The 141 of John Hill has passed Patrick Byrne, and from what I saw, they were kind of side by side in the S's, and look out for that number 15 as well. He's not too far behind. That's John Anderson.
We talked about it yesterday. It's Corvette versus Porsche. And the battle between them still going on to this day, even in modern IMSA. But back up to the front for the 40 of Patrick Byrne, as John Hill has to slot in behind. So Corvette currently taking honors, but the 15 of John Anderson has caught up because of that fight.
Here's that slower car rejoining the racetrack. That was the car that Joe had mentioned maybe about a lap ago, slow through the S's. So he has been able to repair that car and rejoin kind of right in the middle of this lead pack fight here. Number 41 car trying to find its way around, and that is Bill Lyon on the attack of Rick Jeffrey in that Monza.
Doing everything he can to keep him honest, but that lapped car that came through the pit lane causing a bit of a complication, and in fact he has to go off track for a brief moment. The 10 able to get back on. That's Michael Parks staying out of the way.
Now that they don't have to worry about the number 10 car, they're going to kind of resume racing as it was. But the problem that Rick Jeffrey has, that he's got about, call it 10, maybe even 20 car lengths to go catch that white and pink Porsche 935 that has now run away. So going down here into the turn number 7 brake zone. Oh, and it's a fight again. Patrick Byrne out wide. That's that red number 40 Corvette. And John Hill takes advantage. So a very similar story to what we had last lap.
Love seeing this fight. Three-way battle for the lead. 2 Corvettes versus 1 Porsche, but the Porsche holds the cards in his hands for the time being as John Hill will lead away down into turn 11. We've seen some great out-braking battles into there, but it's going to be Corvette versus Corvette as John Anderson is deep on it, takes the apex away. Byrne round the outside, tries to carry the speed. They'll both get on throttle, and it's a drag race.
It just seemed like Patrick was a little bit more tentative on his braking distance, and I think that's also why the 141 car got by at that far end of the circuit. Maybe that Corvette, with all of its horsepower, just has to kind of manage that brake a little bit over the course of this race.
And all this fighting has allowed Webster to start to get involved as well. You can see that pink and white Porsche suddenly approaching. Wonder if that's going to make it even more fun as they make it a battle for P2 now, because John Hill up at the front starting to put some distance.
He's going to try to run away while he can, and John Anderson is actually a pair of Johns. John Hill up front, John Anderson in second, and now Patrick Byrne trying to find his way around the other Corvette. But I think what I'm most interested in this fight is the car that you had actually mentioned, Joe, that 42, that Porsche 935, that's just kind of lurking in the background right now as Patrick gets a terrific run. He's going to try to outbrake John Anderson down into turn number 7. This is where we've seen that red number 40 Corvette go out wide, but Patrick Byrne has wrestled that thing back onto the racetrack.
Nicely done. Looks like he's off like a shot as well. He takes off and heads off immediately for John Hill. Has actually gained a bit of ground in that sequence of corners, so the Corvette looking pretty nimble through the S's.
And just kind of outside of our windows, we can see a little bit more while our lead fight is going on. Remember how that Dagon Monza was kind of falling off of the back of the 42? Well, he's brought an entire party with him. This lead pack, which was 2 cars, is now about to be 5 or 6.
Yeah, that above head shot here from the drone kind of shows them a little bit in the distance there. And once again, after slowing for a bit and being under attack, suddenly Patrick Byrne has come alive, is trying to threaten John Hill for the lead once again up into turn 2. It's difficult to try and make passes through this section, but we saw in the latter half that he likes those quick turns as we now check out that fight between Webster and Jeffrey. Jeffrey's all over the back of that car.
And he's caught up the ground, right? Not only has Webster caught up to the back of the 15, but it was also Rick Jeffrey that had gotten kind of caught out by that car that had rejoined the racetrack and then went off in that corner and made a big ballooned gap between himself and that white and pink number 42. So all of these drivers doing a terrific job to close the gaps back in and kind of accelerate their way towards the front of the field.
It's Bill Lyon and Chet Taylor as well, and the 2 Porsches close behind. They could become involved in this if they play their cards right, or they might wind up fighting one another, as looked like a defensive move from Lyon briefly. They'll stay single file ahead between the Porsche and the Monza. Monza still trying to size up that gigantic rear spoiler there on the Porsche 935. So as they go through the S's section, I'm sure getting quite a bit of the heat off of that fire in front of them. Now, off screen in front of us, the 40 once again has been putting the pressure on John Hill for the lead of the race.
And there's those flames that we were talking about out of the back of the 42, and just as you called it, Patrick had a terrific run towards turn number 11 and is actually overtaken already for the lead of this race. So the muscle, the V8, is all the way back out front right now with a clean windshield and 4 laps remaining.
They go by quickly in these qualifying races. This time he's got the track position. Patrick Byrne, can he finally start to take off? He lost the lead already once. Behind them looks like, Epsman suddenly getting involved in things. I don't think we'd seen him before. So he must have overtaken somebody. No, excuse me, it was Chet Taylor that got by Lyon when we weren't looking. So those two have swapped positions.
And you know, over the course of the weekend, I've kind of become a fan of Chet Taylor back there because he's driving in a couple run groups, and he was really muscling around one of those older cars in a different run group, and here he is in the 55 really mixing it up. So I always like to see drivers get out there and really race it out. That's exactly what Chet Taylor is doing, trying to get down to the inside of this Monza down through the carousel.
Jeffrey was the one on the offensive before, but now he's on the defensive. Can he try and come back under braking? The car holds to the inside. They're wheel-to-wheel coming into turn 7. The 55 is on the edge of control as Chet Taylor, like you said, unafraid of finding the limit in these cars.
Working that steering wheel abundantly. I mean, you can even see the tail end of that 55 start to wag around quite a bit. Chet Taylor is unfazed at all. He is comfortable with that car moving around underneath him, and now he's going to go to work on Ransom Webster up there in that number 42. Gets a terrific run through what is turn number 10 here, but the problem that he is going to find is that 42 has got some go sauce.
Yeah, it's the newer Porsche versus the older Porsche out there. Still being led by the 40, now with 3 laps to go. But we continue to watch the 42, holding on to that 4th position over Chet Taylor. They're just behind John Anderson. Podium finish in this qualifying race still is on the cards.
And you see really how wide John Anderson was making the entry at turn number 1. And here's Taylor once again forcing the issue. So a little bit of, he's going to try to get to the inside. That's a little bit of a nervous moment there at the top of 3A. Typically not a passing opportunity if you're going to force the issue. Maybe into turn number 4 here, but I think just with a momentum-based car, he's trying to find any clean air he can around these corners. Wouldn't be surprised to see him try to dive it to the inside of the carousel, do an over-under here as he's going to try the long way around the Darlington, the high line to the outside of the 42, and he puts the power down.
Wow. So Chet Taylor is riled up and ready to go. Still, you could see the 42 using the oomph of that turbo, able to at least get ahead briefly, but no, Taylor will manage to be ahead of Webster by the time they get out of turn 7. Next up for him, going to be John Anderson. That's multiple positions we've seen in just a couple laps from the 55.
And this is the 47 a little bit further down the order. Our leader is actually the next car back, and he's under threat once again from John Hill in that number 141. So it's kind of been a little bit of a back-and-forth battle with this red Corvette going through what is turn number 11 right now, being chased by the 141.
And I think we will have a little lap traffic as well in front of them. Yes, indeed. The leader's starting to come across some slower cars, and it's not just one. I think it's 3 or 4 of them together.
That is going to just put a few extra variables on the plate for these drivers, and you got to think about how much they're already having to handle inside the cockpits of these machines, focusing on those brake markers, focusing on the apexes, trying to put the power down, and there's that same look from Chet Taylor to the inside of turn 3A. He was given room by the number 15 of John Anderson, both at the top of the hill and turn number 4, and Chet Taylor prevails.
Chet Taylor subscribes to a comment from one of my former peers in the commentary booth who used to say the entire track is a passing zone, as he is willing to stick his car in anywhere that he feels he has got a shot. And I believe, these are some of those lapped cars that I was talking about that they're now coming upon. But it's actually looking like it's cost them a little bit up to Patrick Byrne as he's having to go slightly defensive on John Anderson to prevent him from coming back at him as he slides underneath the 47.
And here's the interesting part. I'm looking at our timing and scoring on our side. The last lap from our leader, a 148.1. The last lap from Chet Taylor, a 146.8. I think he's too far back to really close it up and make it a fight. But, I mean, he's right there for second place now as it's really busy here through the S's.
It's going to be white flag next time by, so we'll see. I think really on his list it's more going to be John Hill than Patrick Byrne and being able to catch up to him. I don't think it's out of the question at this stage as we come up to turn 11 one more time.
It is a busy area on the racetrack at turn number 11 right down there. You see Webster in that white and pink 42 leading this whole group of cars. I see the number 20. That was the car that you were mentioning not too long ago. Ken Ebsman is having a fantastic run up through the field.
Yeah, that's got him up to at least sixth position there, so nicely done. There is your leader, Patrick Byrne, in the number 40, the gap at 2.5 seconds over Chet Taylor. So he had actually gotten by John Hill in that mess. There were so many cars I had lost track of who was doing what.
You're right. It was just almost like I-5, I-90, wherever you are, is just a traffic down there at turn number 11. But Chet Taylor evidently saw the pathway through and actually look at this. He is on the back of Patrick Byrne, and he is wheeling it down through the carousel. Now, the Corvette's got the muscle down the straightaway, but what can the 55 do in the last half a lap remaining?
Taylor clearly had to get the car up to its ideal zone, but now that it has, he spins it. It's been a beautiful climb up till now. Thankfully, the car seems to still be running. And he's just trying to get it turned around and facing the right way as everybody's doing a great job managing to avoid him. And he's just going to continue to back it up in the hairpin until he can get clear, it looks like.
Well, evidently Chet Taylor found the final limit down there at turn number 7. I can't blame him because he has been pushing all the way this entire time. But Patrick Byrne is looking at this final brake zone. And then one corner remaining to get to the checkered flag.
He had the lead for about 20 feet, and then he didn't, unfortunately. But the lead in the end will go to the 40 of Patrick Byrne, who wins our qualifying race. John Hill follows him across the line in the 141, not too far back, frankly. And then John Anderson in the number 15 Corvette will get the top 3. Fourth place for him being promoted. And then Ebsman, who we had mentioned earlier, gets one more spot in the end to round out the top 5. This will end our race for the 1972 to 80 IMSA GT, GTX, AAGT, and FIA Group 4. We'll have more racing coming up in a little bit. An exhibition will be taking place at 11:05. Velocity Invitational has a very special one for us now because the Ragtime Racers are taking to the track. This is going to be one of the more unique experiences everybody here is going to have. I'm Joe Beek with Joey Atterbury. And when we talk about old-timey cars, this is about as old-timey as it gets because this is 1920 and earlier, Joey. So this is kind of the birth of car racing.
It is going to be very, very interesting to watch these cars go around a racetrack like Sonoma Raceway, right? I mean, most of these cars, they didn't see a whole ton of elevation changes when they were racing way back in the day. The racetracks were a little bit simpler, and I think that one is actually struggling to get up the hill that I was just mentioning about.
Well, it's funny that you mention that because some of them are hill climb racers.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
I don't have the information on quite who we're looking at right now.
Two.
It looks like the 7 as well. So hopefully I'll be able to pull up. Looks like that number 7 is the Lexington Minuteman 6. That one actually is one of our oldest, I believe. It looks like. This was a company, the Lexington Motor Co., that began building cars in 1909. Yeah, these cars obviously going to be a little bit tricky. The good news is, as you noticed yesterday, Joey, they have 2 people in the car. That's not a passenger. That is the riding mechanic. That was a staple of this era of racing.
I can see. So the driver now talks to the mechanic, and the mechanic shrugs his shoulders.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's just like today's mechanics.
Okay.
No, yeah, this was a part of racing because, they didn't. A lot of times the tracks for these cars weren't, as you said, like these tracks. They were many miles long. If anything, it was a lot of point-to-point racing as well. So the riding mechanic would be there if they did break down so that you could get it back up and get it going. They weren't dealing with finishing times being between cars in the tenths of a second. You were talking about oftentimes minutes, sometimes hours between cars finishing races. So if you had the ability to get the car fixed up and get it going, you did so, and you tried to get it out there and running. There's all different kinds. We've got Indy cars out there. Back then, they were actually, it didn't have the name Indy cars even. They were often referred to as champ cars, short for championship cars, and not like we think of champ cars of the modern era in the 90s and 2000s. But there's Pikes Peak hill climbers out there. There's some Model T racers, even some speedster roadsters as well. So an impressive variety that you could witness. And what I love about this group, the Ragtime Racers, is as you can see, they actually dress up in the period clothing of the era. That's why they also have the mechanics, the riding mechanics with them in the car, because they want to try and make this as authentic as it would have been at the time. They're trying to run them as fast as they would at the time as well. So the speeds that you're seeing would be the speeds that you would witness during that period as well. About the only thing that they make concessions for, naturally, is the safety. So anytime that they're running against one another, they try to make sure that any of the racing is made safe. And
so, Joe,
yes,
is this considered an early prototype version, this one? Because I noticed that it does not have any bodywork on it like some of the others. And I do like some of the shapes of them, like this very, very polished one out front. It's got a beautiful tail on the back end of it. But yeah, that it almost reminds me of a recumbent bike.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm trying to find the info on that one. That might be the Hall Scott Racer that we're looking at. We've got some beautiful information from the group, because as much as I do love the old racing cars, I don't know them all by sight, unfortunately, so I'm having to rely quite a bit on what they provided to us here. But taking my best guess on that one. Apologies if I do get any of these wrong. And, man, if we thought that 50s and 60s racing did not care about safety, this era even more so was quite dangerous. But Honestly, I'd say maybe a little less dangerous in the sense that the speeds did not get as high as they did, 50 years later.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that if something goes wrong, you're probably bailing out of that thing. What I do enjoy, look at the exhaust on this one. Now, obviously, internal combustion engine still being developed, right? We're still learning about everything with the automobile at this time. Got the big center rear differential back there. That is very indicative of that rear drive, and that hasn't changed much in the last 100 years, too.
I guess for the fans, think of this. We've seen the pivotal flyers out there. These are akin to what you're seeing out there. These, at their time, as you mentioned.
But these have 2 seats.
Yes, exactly. But these were, as you said, very experimental. You were heading into a realm that everybody was kind of in the Wild West of trying to develop. So you did get all kinds of things that now seem wacky, but at the time it was, there's not really much in the way of rules. It is just what can you develop? What can science do?
I will say, so we've got these kind of 2 packs right now. We've got a 3-car pack, and then all of a sudden this second pack is quite racy, I'm going to say, because they've been passing. They've been going side by side. Looks like we got one of them with a slight issue, and they have realized that. They have pulled it off of the racetrack to the interior side, so it's not actually on the racing surface, and they are at least aware of the issue.
So glad to see them able to at least get out of the way and not cause a major spillage out there. But just to give you another of little bits of information, if you see the blue number 19 out there, that is the Speedway Roadster. Looks like that one built in 1911. So for our IndyCar fans, that would have been the first year of the Indy 500. But that I love this. So the frame and the chassis, it says it's steel. The wheels are listed as wood.
Oh.
So
does it say what type of wood?
Is
it a cedar? Or?
I do not have that information. 3-speed non-synchro with leather cone clutch.
Really, a 3-speed?
3-speed. There was one that as I was reading before.
Wouldn't you say 10?
Yeah, there's 12-speed, I think. 12 forward speeds. That's the 1917 Ford Hill Climb Racer. That's the green number 5, if you spot it out there. So that one, it was a Model T Ford, it looks like, that they had built that from. Apparently heavily modified pretty frequently. We have a safety truck out there, so there is a modern vehicle joining them.
I wouldn't be too worried about it. A safety truck joined in the S's, and I think they're probably going to go check on that car that we had noticed with that issue down at turn number 11. And I think the Tundra's got the horsepower advantage.
I was going to suggest the same, that it can outrun these cars if need be. So as we watch them,
safety crew is probably feeling pretty confident about that. This is, that's not often they get to say that.
Exactly. I have a feeling they'd probably want to have a go at racing some of these cars. But I think, is that the number 10 or the 18 that we've got on screen right now?
You were mentioning the number 7, and that was one of the Pikes Peak, and it's actually on pit road right now. They look to be leaving the pit exit lane while the rest of our field is going through what is the S's here at Sonoma Raceway. A little bit of elevation here, so not anything too steep, but I got a nice train of cars, and they're running nice and close together, which is beautiful to see. I would much rather have this than them all spread out.
Absolutely. And that number 7, that is a 1920 Lexington, if you missed it a little bit earlier. So that car getting back out there, Pikes Peak Hill Climb, from 20 to 26. And actually, the 1920, which I believe this is the version that they have, it won first and second place in that race. If you haven't been to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, it is quite the experience. You have, Joey.
Yes.
Actually getting to talk to those up at the top of it.
Yeah, no, it was pit reporter a couple years ago up at the top of Pikes Peak, 14,000 feet up there, something like that. I can't even remember with the altitude sickness. But no, it's an absolute blast of an event, and I think just having this car out here shows how long it's been around for, and it's still continuing to run.
Yeah, definitely one of the longest running events that we've got here in North America. Saw the 55 go by. Actually, that may have been the 59 that I saw, but that is a Fiat. That's a name that we still hear about today as well. Yeah, Red 59, the Tipo 55 Raceabout. Another term that we don't really hear these days.
I know roundabout.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, just makes me think of the old Looney Tunes cartoon of a runabout. I'll steal it. No one will ever know.
You know, I enjoy this car that's leading out front here. First of all, I'm just a huge fan of polished metal, right? And this thing entirely polished in terms of the bodywork. Looks to be the number 9 car is what it is.
The aluminum number 9, as it's listed. So that's a 1917 Hall Scott Racer. And 9,900cc 4-cylinder overhead cam. 1,400 RPM maximum on that machine. 3-speed non-synchro. So this one actually has wire wheels.
Okay.
So they had abandoned wood by that era.
We're looking at the 31 here on our screens as they go down through the carousel section. A pretty steep downhill, especially with the added camber built into the racetrack. I'm sure that those cars are moving pretty good in terms of their overall top speed and pace coming down through that carousel section and then using the entirety of the rest of this drag strip over here as the 31 gets passed again.
That's another name that is going to be familiar in the modern age. It's a 1910 Buick Racer. Buick having been around a long, long time. First one was made in 1904 as well.
I was just noticing, I'll let you get back to talking about that Buick, but that number 9 that we were watching, he's got a shoe. It is a shoe hanging down off of looks like the rear axle, rear differential.
I don't think that's regulation. Just going to say. No idea if there's a story
Flintstone
behind that.
powered.
Apparently. I don't know. How a shoe got down there is kind of beyond me, because if a mechanic just forgot it but somehow tied it to the bottom of the car is kind of an interesting one. See if maybe there's a story behind that. But yeah, the Buick Motor Company based in Flint, Michigan. And that car also a 3-speed manual and 4-cylinder with, get this, you want to guess how much horsepower?
35.
Oh, very close, 32 horsepower. All right. 32 horsepower. So this is what racing of that era. Are they going to grab the shoe?
I think they're going to go back and grab the shoe.
Yep, he found it.
Found it dangling. Now, he's got to check to make sure the mechanic's not under there as well. Right? Seems to have retrieved the shoe, climbing back in. This is exactly like what you were talking about.
Yeah.
You know, the mechanic can point something out, and they're going to get out and fix this thing and get it back going.
Check the mirrors. Actually, interestingly, you might see some of these cars not have mirrors, as checkered flag is out, so they're going to wrap this up. Indy cars of this era also revolutionized rear view mirrors. That came on the very first IndyCar winner, the Marmon Wasp, not the Mormon Wasp. Or that Ray Haroon drove to victory back in 1911. So if you're wondering how they see behind them, well, you just turn around. Well, that was fantastic stuff. Glad that we were able to get the Ragtime Racers. A huge thank you to them. They will be on display down in the paddock if you want to go check them out. It's just behind the main grandstands here that you can find the Ragtime Racers. Go see these cars close up, and they are some beautiful classic machinery. But we'll be back in a little bit because we've got Group 8 coming up soon with a 94 to 2019 Le Mans, IMSA, ALMS prototype GT car. Beautiful, sunny Northern California brings us some more fun here at the Velocity Invitational. Now it is Group 8, 1994 to 2019, Le Mans and IMSA, ALMS prototype, and GT cars. And this was a fun one to watch yesterday, Joey, with the speeds that they reach. But now that we'll actually get to see them run in a qualifying race, this is going to be interesting.
It'll be a ton of fun to really watch them unleash these beasts here at Sonoma Raceway. And, of course, the fastest car that we have had on track is that number 24 car, that black and red prototype that you see out front, driven by Stefan Romack. And it was wicked fast yesterday.
It's one thing to watch some of these older cars slip and slide around, but something more modern out here, that 2012 prototype. If you missed us yesterday, make sure and watch the track now, because that thing is just stuck to the ground, and Steven is not afraid to really go the distance. The pace car getting ready to let them go here as they'll approach the flag stand. Looks like the Riley going to be up alongside, and they're already on the loud pedal. Green flag is out, and that 15 Riley with Trenery is actually going to get the jump and manage to get to the lead before they reach turn 2. Behind them, the C7R of Tim Lynn is going to slot in line while the Ford gives chase.
Yeah, and that number 3 car, Tom Mueller, in that bright yellow Corvette right there as well. So now we go up and over the hill. This is turn 3A, the very, very top of the circuit here. The Ford GT looking to the inside, and also I think that's one of the old Magnus cars as well, one of the old GT3 Cup cars, looking to the inside of the number 9 car of Kenny.
The Porsches have been popular in every era, and this range definitely includes a lot of them in these IMSA and Le Mans racing cars. They're coming down through the drag strip now. Ford versus Corvette with Mueller versus Thompson. Mueller will hold that position as they break for the hairpin. And then it's going to be back through the S's. The Ford getting a good jump here.
Was able to put the power down and kind of out-accelerate the Corvette out of that hairpin. And then, of course, you've got that Grand Am GT Camaro giving chase as well. Pretty interesting to see these 3 cars all nose to tail, because the Corvette out front as well as that Ford, they competed against each other in that GTE class, but that Camaro was actually just a standard Grand Am GT car, so the Camaro definitely moving right now.
Yeah, it's impressive. Now, Romack is still sitting in second behind Trenery, and he was able to outpace him significantly yesterday, so I'm kind of surprised he's not going quicker, as the rumble of the C7 absolutely overtakes everything as it goes by us. Now we take a look at the Porsche leading our Audi racing their way up the hill.
If you hear the V8 sound going around the racetrack and it is loud, you can almost definitely guarantee it is that Corvette rolling through. And yeah, that was coming through the front straightaway here, even up in the commentary booth, almost shaking the windows with how loud that thing is.
Down through turn 4 once again as our drivers towards the mid-pack try to jockey for position. Again, this is a qualifying race. They've got a little less than 8 laps to go here. Their finishing order will determine their starting position for the races later this weekend. Staying relatively close together. I figured this group would likely get somewhat far apart since we have a pretty wide range of cars. 94 to 2019 is more than 20 years worth.
Yeah, and that Audi, I believe, is driven by Bruce Leeson as it goes off down the S's. And you were making the comment that Romack in that number 24 maybe didn't get off to a great hole shot start, but coming to complete lap number 2 right now. It certainly seems like the number 24 has started to close it back in on that overall lead.
Across the line, let's see what the gap is between them. 1 second. It was 2 seconds last time by, so yeah, he is, in fact, closing in on him. I wonder if he had to get those tires up to temperature, as it's been cooler than we thought it would be this weekend, and no doubt that car needs those tires to be in the right range to get the best out of it.
We have beautiful sunshine out here now that it's Saturday. Yesterday, a little bit overcast, and even this morning, lots of cloud cover. But yeah, now that we've got the sun kind of beaten down on the racetrack, you see, first of all, it makes all of these liveries pop, including on this GT3 Cup car that Hertz livery is on, that gold car out there. Anytime it goes through the sunshine, it just seems to really pop in terms of that color.
That's Martin Lauber driving that brilliant Porsche. And yeah, that one caught my attention over everybody else in this field when I saw it. He's going to take a little bit of a peek on Leeson down into turn 6. Can't quite manage to sneak his way by. Let's see what happens when they get to the drag strip. And both of them put the throttle to the floor. Does look like the Audi's got the legs on him.
You know, it's just odd because anytime that I've rented a car from Hertz, you go over to the gold lot, and this car is definitely not there.
We'll have to see what next time we get a rental car, what we can do about that. Boy, definitely a little bit better in the corners from that Porsche as he gained right back up what he lost in a straight line, and now he's practically climbing all over the back wing.
He's going to peek out driver's right. He's actually going to accelerate by the Audi going through turn 9A and into what is turn number 10 on the racetrack. So a nice overtake there. Porsche versus Audi. The Porsche prevails, and actually the Audi, I see, is hitting pit lane right now.
Oh, I hope there's not issues going on, so they're not going to be starting from a good position come race time later on. Checking back in with the Ford GT of Ross Thompson, Tim Lynn in that number 88, just behind. Like you said, I'm very impressed that Camaro is keeping pace.
And very, very different cars underneath the body skin of these. I can say that at the far end of the racetrack, here we go right now, actually. So this is the race for the overall lead, and the 24 is taking a look down to the inside. Room being given by Trenery. That's exactly what you love to see. Is the drivers, they want to be competitive, but they want to leave space for everybody.
6-year difference in two very different series between these two cars that they raced in. And you can tell that the 15 would like to hold on to that spot. He's not exactly pulling over and letting him by. Let's see what happens down into the braking to 11. A lot more downforce on Romac's car, and as you'd expect, he's way more confident into the hairpin. He'll be able to easily take that lead away here with 5 to go.
It's really impressive, though, the straight line speed from this Gen 1, that Daytona prototype. He was even trying to take a look down to the inside of what was turn number 1. Very reminiscent on that green flag hole shot where the DP just kind of jumped out front with that big V8.
So now that car has come alive in the 24, will we see him absolutely run away, or is Trenery going to try and keep him honest? The gap behind to Tom Mueller in the 3 showing just what that C7R could do as well, because you would think that prototypes would be absolutely gone, but 8 seconds is not as much as you would think he would have been able to put between themselves and a GT car.
And these are pretty quick races, you know, showing 5 to go, really about 4.5 laps remaining because we're at the far side of the racetrack right here. Now that Steven has kind of taken over, resumed the lead of this race, he has got nothing out that windshield visor. He can focus on the track itself, make sure that the car is running in an optimum condition. And time to go have some fun.
He's gotten down to 133 for his best lap, 133.3. Curious to see if he'll manage to get it under the 130s before this one is over.
And if I remember correctly, yesterday, I think it was down, what did we see? About a 120? No, it was about a 128, I believe, is what we saw out of the number 24 car.
All right, this latest lap down to a 130.6. Obviously, had to make a pass in there, so it was slowed down slightly. But now he's got that clear air. Mueller goes by us, rumbling through.
It sounds so good.
It's amazing. I like I said, I got to see them at Daytona. Went to the 24 during the era of that car running, and just it was amazing hearing it reverberate off the grandstands.
I think that's the key, right, is that there's a lot of amazing sounds from a lot of engines out there, and there's a lot of loud V8s, but there's something about those C6, C7, even the C5Rs that they raced. It's the reverberations, whatever it is, it just seems to echo throughout the entirety of the complex.
We've only lost Bruce Leeson so far. Otherwise, seems like most everybody else is still running, but they're starting to spread apart a little bit, and from here it's just about bringing it home for most of these drivers. In the meantime, we do get to admire this 24 on screen as he blasts through the S's. I can only imagine what it's like going through turn 10 in that car. I'm curious if he's flat out.
You know, I think maybe in qualifying situations it might be something along the lines of that, especially with some fresh sticker tires. I don't think this lap's going to be quite as fast as the prior lap for Steven. Showed sector number 1 and sector number 2 about 0.2 off a piece there, and yeah, about half a second off, turned to 131.3 in comparison to a 130.6 in terms of his best lap. I wonder what this time he'll do out here, and I guess to answer your question, Joe, going through turn number 10 or even driving that specific car on the racetrack, you tell it what to do, and it's going to do it instantly.
Very much so. That last lap was nearly 2 seconds quicker than Trenery's 15. So, yeah, it's looking like an impressive run from Romac out there. I wonder if he's not pushing it as hard as we saw yesterday, just knowing he's got the lead of this qualifying race. He doesn't really need to exhaust what the car can do out there unless he feels like it. Take care of it for the full race proper later on in the weekend.
Well, and I also think that probably accomplished the goal, right? In the sense that maybe didn't necessarily get the whole shot on the start. He knew the Daytona prototype might have going to run off, right? But then he slowly brought the car in. It came up to temperature. The pace came to the driver and the car, and all of a sudden he was able to pass for the lead and now is extending that gap as well.
Going to be 2 to go next time he comes across the line. Races, these qualifying races go by pretty quickly out here. Good job to Ross Thompson keeping that 66 in the top 5, as well as we mentioned earlier, the 88, that Camaro with Tim Lynn behind the wheel in 4th position out in this field. But as we watch them come across us once again, I should say that 88 is actually not run away from Thompson. That gap as they came past us at the booth here was relatively small.
I just want to mention to everybody out there watching on the stream, now we got the timing ticker on the left which shows our positions and whatnot, and if you're curious about what cars are actually out there racing on the racetrack, on the bottom we've got a scrolling ticker that shows not only the position, the car number, but also what car they are driving.
Now down to those final 2 laps as we watch Stephen Romac bring it into the braking zone, slamming that left foot down to slow it into the hairpin and then back on the throttle as it shoots off through the S's where it really starts to shine, weaving back and forth before we get a nice little crest plunge down towards turn 9, hugs the inside and heads towards turn 10. Just a nice little glance at the curbs. Doesn't even use the outside curbs on the exit.
So one thing that we don't get to see from the TV angles and especially the overhead shots is that exit curb in turn number 10. It is a heavily alligatored curb, so it's a stepped curb. You don't want to put any unnecessary vibrations through the car that you don't have to. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the majority of the drivers stay off of some specific curbs out here.
That's a good point. And it's that local track knowledge probably coming in handy for those that do want to push the limits of these cars. White flag is out, and we've got 1 to go with Romac leading by, looks like 6 seconds now on our tower on the left-hand side. And absolutely dropped Tom Mueller finally, these two. Spencer Trenery still running second. Mueller going to get a nice third. And not typical of what we saw back in the day of these cars. They did not run all together, especially since some were in multiple series, but prototypes being considered in the same class as GT cars is a unique one.
And I love seeing the different GT classes kind of intermixing as well. You had constantly been talking about Tim Lynn and that Ross Thompson battle. I think that was a great example. And then I was also noticing that Hertz liveried car battling it out with another Ford GT LM out there, or GTE, whatever you want to kind of class them as. But I think all focus turns to Romac right here with one brake zone remaining.
Yeah, I think that was Jeff O'Neill potentially in the 67. He was trying to keep up with, as our leader will round the final bend and was not given the checkered flag. In fact,
yeah, he was. I see at start finish they are giving the one to go. So even though our ticker shows a checkered flag, we do have one lap remaining, at least per our start finish stand.
Interesting. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication on that one. The 69 machine is in pit lane as well. That's Matt Johnson's Porsche, which I know yesterday had to have some work done during practice. So I fear that maybe some of the gremlins they discovered yesterday have returned.
Well, hopefully the team is able to fix that car up and get them back out, as I think that all of these drivers totally okay with another lap here at Sonoma. I mean, they are on the playground. Why not keep playing?
Oh, yeah. When is the driver going to complain about that? It's certainly going to be a very good time, especially for some of those out there getting to either experience these cars or maybe return to driving these cars in anger and getting to race them. Now we're coming around, I believe, to the last one. This is turn 11 for Stephen Romac. Then just bringing it back towards 12. Easily flat out in this car, no doubt. And checkered flag is actually being given to our winner, Stephen Romac. Where is Trenery? There he is, coming up along now. He'll take a nice second place as we give a minute for Tom Mueller to appear.
Yeah, he is just in that far hairpin right about now. He's that bright yellow Corvette, and he will be our third place finisher here. You see him just putting the power down and about to cross the start-finish line right about now.
Podium finish for the C7. I did see Tim Lynn coming in. There he is in the shot now, coming through turn 11. And Ross Thompson, how far apart are they going to wind up after that one? It looks like the 88 will take fourth place and Ross Thompson in fifth. And that will take us to a quick break. We will be back with another exhibition run here in just a few minutes. With tons of classic cars to please the eyes and ears this weekend, it's still a joy to see modern Porsches take to the track. Sonoma plays host once again for the Porsche Sprint Challenge USA West Series. I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Joey Atterbury this weekend. We're getting right into the action as cars are already on the track, so we take a look at the opening lineup with Brandon Hankins on the pole. Matt Dusek going to be starting to his outside. Laura Eli will be starting from third in the GT3 Cup cars with Dan Drowan in the fourth position. From there, it'll be Mark Krigler starting from P5 and Manny Gil de Real starting in P6. From there, we also have Josh Conley starting this race in seventh today.
And then after Josh Conley is going to come up to the Cayman class cars. Anna Checki is going to be leading that class in the number 27 with pole position. And Greg Checki, her father, is going to be lined up next to him in that, or her in the number 72. Zach Bradford is going to be starting third in the Caymans. Greg Herback fourth. And Justin Lewis is going to round out our 5 Cayman classed cars.
Joey, this place is going to feel familiar for these drivers. This is our second visit this season.
Yes, and it is a beautiful blue sky, sunny day that we've got here in Northern California this time. When we were here prior, it was definitely torrential rain, mixed conditions. That's what the drivers had to deal with. A little bit more simple today.
And, of course, we're joined by Taylor Van Overbeek as well. We'll talk to him in a little bit once we get the race started, as they're already coming around turn 11. Mixed class racing in the USA West Series, so a bit unique for Porsche Sprint Challenge over here in North America. As they come around turn 12, the green flag is out, and we go racing. Brandon Hankins up at the top. It gets a good hole shot up to turn 2. Got a bit of a battle for third, though, as Laura Eli is being challenged. And looks like she is going to get overtaken, as I believe that is Dan Drowan who managed to sneak by.
Yeah, Dan Drowan in that Cup car, of course, was racing the Caymans earlier this year and now finds himself into one of those GT3 Cup machines and finds himself also up into third place right on the back of Matt Dusek, a very familiar USA West competitor.
Down into the carousel now as the leader, Brandon Hankins, takes us away. We've also got Anna Checki up at the front of the Cayman field currently. She's going to look to try and add to her tally of wins so far this season. And now we enter towards turn 7, looking for the very popular passing zone.
And yeah, no, I was just noticing that I think one of the Caymans is well off of the pace. I think it might be Herback that's just going down the back straightaway now. So I wonder if something happened to the 49 up in sector number 1 or sector number 2, but the front of the field screaming towards the turn number 9 chicane for the first time.
Herback and Justin Lewis also, a little bit a ways away at the start of this race. So a bit unusual to see. That means our top 3 in the Caymans are currently nose to tail amongst each other, with Anna Checki leading Greg Checki, and then just behind them, Zach Bradford giving chase.
Round it through the turn 11 hairpin on the end of lap number 1. Complete a full 12 turns here around Sonoma Raceway. Brandon Hankins maintains the lead out front. Matt Dusek running in second place. Dan Drowan in third.
So good to see a nice, clean start to this one. If you're new to this series, it is 35 minutes plus 1 lap that they will run. We'll explain what plus 1 lap means a little bit closer to the finish of this race. We see the Checkies still running nose to tail around this track. And one Mr. Van Overbeek with us up in the booth, as we mentioned. I'm sure the drivers are probably a lot more relieved to have the conditions we have this weekend than last time we visited.
Oh, yeah. Last time it was definitely rainy, and it cleared up at the very end of the weekend by the endurance race, but the sprint races were very wet.
So much prettier and a little bit less tricky conditions on the track. There you can see our podium starters in the Pro-Ams all right together. All 3 of them running in the Pro-Am, which is a bit unusual for Greg Checki. He tends to run in the Masters category typically, but is elected to run Pro-Am this weekend. They are allowed to do that if they so choose, which is going to make it interesting for Anna, Joey, because he's now racing her 4-class position.
Yeah, sometimes you can use him a little bit as a blocker in between some other class cars, but yeah, now straight up fight between the 27 and the 72. And if anything, I think the pressure is mainly coming from that green, gold, and white themed car of Zach Bradford. He's kind of that third car in this 3-car Cayman train, and you see him, he's just inching up to that back bumper of Greg Checky.
I do wonder if something is wrong with Justin Lewis, because he has fallen back a fair bit now. He is still running, thankfully, but no idea if there's something amiss at this stage, or maybe something happened at the very start.
Well, and to add to that, I do see that Greg Herback is in pit lane. So, usually when 2 cars are a little bit off the pace, I'm not going to connect the dots too much, but maybe you can.
Hopefully that wasn't them being involved in one another, but you never know. Certainly not the way you want to start this weekend. We do have 2 races that they can try and run and make up for that, but this is definitely a loss of points in the first of the weekend. Does look like Anna's got a pretty good handle on things. She's starting to pull away.
The last lap from her I'm seeing is a 144.7. You compare that to her father directly behind, a 145.2, so about a half a second faster. And if anything, it was Zach Bradford with a 44.9. So kind of the fast cars and the Caymans out front and then in third place. So Greg Checky in a little bit of an interesting position, trying to keep up with Anna, yet still have to defend from Zach.
Zach trying to run for a Pro-Am championship, actually, this season. It would definitely like to make up some points. And so he does need to get by Greg Checky and eventually Anna, because she's the one mainly that he is trying to fight for that title here in the USA West Series. Keeping Greg pretty honest here, very close down through the chicane.
And Joe, if you remember from events prior, typically what we see out of Zach is calm, cool, consistent, and waiting for the opportunity, right? Oh, the big slide coming out of turn number 11. So he was on the gas trying to get up to the back bumper. That shows you the urgency. But from what we've seen out of this driver, he doesn't try to force a move. He patiently waits. He gets as close as he possibly can. And then when something presents itself, he will take that opportunity. But he is not going to force it.
Noticing that it looks like Josh Conley not too far behind Brandon Hankins, although he's not the one currently in second. I believe that's Matt Dusek right now who holds that position. So that'll be interesting to watch. Josh Conley, actually a bit of an interesting one, since he actually races in the Carrera Cup on the next step up on the ladder currently, but he has come back down to race in the series that he began his Porsche career here in USA West, and he's already got a good run, but no place to take it down through the S's past Rowan.
This is the first real test for Dan, right? Because, we had mentioned that he had been in the Caymans racing earlier this year, and now he's stepped up to the GT3 Cup cars, a little bit faster competition. And now he's going to have to deal with one of the best drivers that we've got here in the USA West Series in the form of Josh Conley trying to get by.
And still has Laura Eli kind of hanging out in the background. We could see little glimpses of her as they came through the chicane. So if they do start fighting, that could make for an interesting scenario being sandwiched between the pair of them. Dusek currently still our leader in the GT3 Cup Masters category. So he is actually still ahead of his class, even though he isn't leading the race.
Climb up the hill here into what is turn number 2. Just a touch wide there, right at the top of the hill from Drowan. I think that's a perfect time to bring in our guest, Taylor Van Overbeek. Now, Taylor, you've got tons of experience on this racetrack, and, turn number 2, turn number 3A, and even going up into the carousel, it's some of the blind overcrest opportunities that the drivers can't really see what's around the corner.
Yeah, this track is definitely very unique, and I think part of that is that it's basically all corners. If you watch a lap here, the longest straight is still basically you're almost constantly turning. And so on top of that, every corner is different. So turn 1 is fast up the hill, and it's very fast and precise, so it's hard to pass there. And then there's 2 big braking zones into turn 7 and into turn 9, which is where you usually probably want to get your passes done. And then other than that, you kind of just want to catch people off guard and take the sneaky route.
Have to imagine a lot of drivers are going to have to play pretty patient as Conley very close, much tighter down to the apex than Drowan, but was not able to out-accelerate him out of the chicane. He's looking down into 11, shows his nose. Dan covers him off, but them going offline, look at Laura Eli. She's suddenly arrived at the scene.
She has crept back in. And you see Josh at just a little bit of a shallower line through turn number 12 here at Sonoma. Yes, that is turn number 12. Now, it is easy flat out. He's just trying to shorten the distance of the lap versus seeing Dan really just kind of open up the car to let it easily drive through the corner. So just two different preferences of the driver on where they want to place the car.
Got to commend Dan Drowan for adapting this quickly. Taylor, do you find it hard hopping from car to car to try and adapt that way, or do you consider it relatively easy to switch your brain around like that?
It definitely depends person to person, but for someone learning to race like Dan, this year is his first year actually racing, and as we said, he started the year in the Cayman, and so him making this jump to the GT3 is definitely very impressive. The fact that he can keep up and stay ahead of, as you were saying, Josh Connolly's a Carrera Cup driver, so it's very impressive in my eyes.
Someone to watch out for probably if he's able to make this adaptation so smoothly. And of course he had managed to test the car before he came in this weekend, but this is his first time competing in this class. So certainly seems to have his way around it, although he goes a little bit wide. A mistake through the chicane, but that's going to put him on the inside of turn 10. Josh Conley tries to cut back, and as he looks for the position, it's still not quite going to work, but we're starting to see some cracks out of the 298.
I think it was very generous out of Josh to really lift and kind of let Dan back onto the racing line. He just was out a little bit wide and got in the dirt, and you saw Josh get all the way up alongside, and you're right, Joe, he was just kind of on the wrong side of the road, and instead of keeping his foot stuck into it, he opted to lift and tuck back in behind Dan, not to try to cause any issues.
I think there is just a bit of sense of self-preservation there. Protect his equipment. We still got another race, as we mentioned, coming up tomorrow, so don't want to throw things away quite yet. Laura Eli as well, also just kind of biding her time. Hasn't really made any moves that we have witnessed quite yet. What this has done has meant that they continue to drop off of Brandon Hankins, which is really the one that Josh Conley would like to go after, because Hankins is the next one up in that Pro-Am group.
I was going to mention the faster that Josh can get by Dan, the better off for his race. However, the more Dan can hold up that car behind him, the better off his race is going to be. So it's just kind of that interesting seesaw battle of how much is one car going to defend versus how much aggression is Josh Conley going to apply.
And Taylor, that's such a unique aspect that we have here in Porsche Sprint Challenge, both in North America and here in the USA West Series, is that you have the different classes within the same class. So you're in the same machinery, even though you're not racing each other for points. It becomes kind of an interesting strategic usage of one another out there.
Yeah, for sure. It's for Josh Conley, since he's in the class with Brandon Hankins, who's ahead of him. On one hand, he doesn't want to screw up his race trying to pass Dan Drowan, who's in a different class. But on the other hand, if he thinks he can catch Brandon, then he needs to get by as soon as possible. So it's just being able to make those decisions on what's worth it and what's not.
Risk versus reward always weighing in every driver's mind. For now, he's had to at least let it go a little bit as he continues to be led along by our second place in the Masters. Laura Eli still sitting on the podium for that class currently, as we watch them head through turn 5 once again. And on our screens, we've now got the overall together. Hankins leading, Dusek second, Dan Drowan third. And then down in the Caymans, we haven't looked at them recently, but nothing has really changed since we last checked. Anna Checki leads Greg Checki with Zach Bradford in third.
I was just about to give an update on that, so you took away my talking point right there. But yeah, no, nothing has changed down there in the Caymans. If anything, Anna is starting to grow her lead up to about 3.5 seconds, I see. I was going to give a nice piece of information on Laura Eli here this previous lap, because you had been constantly mentioning she is catching the back of Josh Conley out here, and I think she's doing a terrific job, and actually that prior lap was actually her fastest lap of the race so far.
This is going to be a bit of a shakeup for Laura, because she actually took 3 straight wins in the Masters class the last time we saw her. She wasn't here for the last round at Circuit of the Americas, but has returned. Unfortunately, not looking right now like she's going to get another win to that tally, but is going to at least give a bit of a hassle to some of her compatriots. She's based around this area, so this is very much a home track for her.
I got to ask you, Taylor, what do you think about that line difference on the front straightaway here?
On turn 12, you mean?
Yeah.
So it depends on the condition, on the track conditions. Sometimes you may need to take that wide line so you can make the corner, because if it's slippery, then you may need to take that wide line. And then beyond that, it's like you guys said, if you stay tight, you're making the lap shorter. But if you stay wide and then make a broader arc across the corner, then you're turning less. And the more you turn, the more it slows the car down, because especially these 911s as opposed to the Caymans have a much bigger tire. And so if you imagine that tire on the racing surface trying to turn, it will actually slow the car down quite a bit if you have to turn sharper.
A tire scrub, right? You want to keep all of the wheels pointed as straight as possible. That way the car is not bound up by any means. And, just from my observation, it almost seems like a combination between Dan and Josh's line might be the optimal, right? One might be a little shallow, one might be a little bit wide, but it's a great example of the 2 different lines that they've got here on the front straightaway, Joe.
We might have a bit of an attempt from Conley. He once again gives a look coming up to the braking zone, but is covered off by Drowan, who just will not allow him the opportunity. This track, very well known for passing being difficult, so that track position does seem to be king in this first race.
And I completely agree with Taylor. I think that the shallow line that Josh is actually taking through the front straightaway, through 12 and the straightaway, it works for the first, call it half of the straightaway, but then you see how much speed it actually scrubbed by the time you get up into turn number 1, and Dan's able to carry that momentum up the hill a little bit. And if anything, actually, between this prior lap and this lap right here, it seems like Dan has a little bit more handle on the car than his competitor.
Another thing that we should mention is that we've got Charlie Hayes Racing as well joining us for this weekend. Not a team that we typically see in USA West, but they've joined in and have been a big part of the Porsche Sprint Challenge paddock for the last couple years. It's been awesome to see them come around and make their presence known, as well as just bringing a little bit more fun to these USA West Series by having a few more competitors that we don't see every race.
The lead from Anna Czecki still remains at about 3.5 seconds down there in the Caymans over her father, Greg. Zach Bradford still giving chase there, although it's grown maybe just a touch, up to about 3/4 of a second, as once again Conley right on the back of Dan Drowan going into turn number 11. Watch this late apex from Dan. Really capitalizes on, call it that final 2 tire barriers and trying to put the throttle down, and this is really where it pays off, right from the start finish all the way up the hill.
It does seem like, Taylor, that we've seen repeatedly Josh closes in after the chicane at the end of the lap. Have you noticed anything that might be influencing that?
I think it may just be driver technique, and we see, Dan's line in turn 12 maybe benefits him a little bit, and then Josh's line through the chicane and through turn 10 may benefit him a little bit. And so having these different driver techniques, but staying so close to each other is something that I love about racing, because it's 2 different ways to get to the same place kind of thing. And so you kind of see where some people are better and some people aren't as good, and I think that's really cool.
It's always interesting how drivers are chasing the perfect lap, and yet it can't be obtained. So that leaves us with these differing approaches where people are trying various things to see what will get them to that mythical golden chalice as we come back to our Caymans. And while Anna Checki has bolted off, Greg Checki still is dealing with Zach Bradford, but has managed to flummox him up to this point with about half the race now left to go.
Was 3.5 seconds. Now it's down to 3.1 between Anna and Greg. But yeah, I think Greg has the larger issue of Zach Bradford directly in the mirror right there. So he has got his hands full. The good thing, though, he has been hitting his marks, and Zach hasn't been able to get close enough to really make that pass attempt. You see him hanging out 1 car length back, and as we accelerate through the carousel, 2 car lengths back. And Taylor actually just pointed out something here in turn number 9. I believe that was Mark Krigler going for a little bit of a spin.
Yeah, seems to have had some trouble. Thankfully, it doesn't look like there's any contact that I could see that happened, at least major contact. I don't see any debris out, and Krigler keeps going. I think that was Manny Gilda Real that he was battling for position, and Manny just blasted past us, so he moves up into the 6th spot after Krigler's dramas, who does keep racing, thankfully.
So one of the things, and you know, Taylor, I might get your input on this as well. So when we were here last, obviously the mixed conditions, we were running roughly the same layout, but the big difference is there's no tire bundle down there at turn number 9A. How much are the drivers going to start to take advantage of that apex, because these two were just cutting up some of that dirt?
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I was actually just thinking about that, and it all depends on how the car behaves. And so if you get a little understeer at the apex, then you'll want to take a lot of that curb, like a lot of these drivers are doing. On the other hand, if the car just gets upset by the curb, there may be no point in taking it. But I see basically everyone is basically hopping that curb, so obviously they're finding some benefit there with that.
It's a bit of a slide there from Checki through turn 2, but he managed to stay ahead for the time being. Bradford starting to put a bit more pressure on him here and there. He wants that 2nd place in the Pro-Ams if he can manage to take it. But as they work their way down through the carousel, look at how close he is, Joey. This is a spot where you want to manage to stay right behind them.
Let's see about the run down the straightaway. If anything, Greg gets the exit out of the carousel to kind of extend that gap between himself and Bradford. By the time they got down to the brake zone, Zach couldn't do anything with it when he jumped on the brakes, and now it's a race down through the S's to the next big brake zone. You see just a dab of the brake lights going in through the S's, really to set the nose and make sure you don't go flying off there on that right-hander, as these cars can carry a lot of speed through that section. And I will say that Zach was very aggressive on the first half of that chicane, but look at Greg start to grow the gap on the exit.
Making sure that he gets the good run seems to have helped him in a couple very critical spots, down to 7 and down to 11. As we check back in on our GT3 Cup cars, though, a little bit of a spread compared to before, but not a major difference from what I can see. It just seems like Drowan has put himself at a longer reach away from Conley.
And I want to ask you guys if you're seeing the same. So what I have observed out of Conley's car, and it's mainly the front end of the car, I see it very soft on the front end. It seems to have a little bit more roll than the other cars out there. And Taylor, maybe you can explain the difference between a really sharp, pointy, responsive front end and one that's a little bit more compliant up and over the curves.
Yeah, so one that's, again, coming back to the driver technique, it all depends on what the driver prefers. And so if you prefer a very pointy car, it's going to help the rear end rotate more. And for some, that can be a lot faster. And for some, some may not like that big rotation that you can get because it can be hard to control. But if you can get used to having a car that is loose on the rear end and very pointy, generally that will be the faster kind of car.
Loose is fast. Loose is fast. That means the car is turning and you can get back to the throttle sooner, because I think the whole point about waiting on the front end is that you're also waiting on the gas pedal. Zach is going to take a look down to the inside here. It looks like he's going to make the pass finally on Greg Checki, but now it's going to be a little bit of an over-under, a drag race. Greg Checki responds back.
Nice move by Greg and gets on in front of him. Will we see a move down into turn 11 by Zach as well? Greg will defend and no attempt quite yet. Can't get the over-under through here. Just too long of an apex for Zach, and he has to wait for another lap. 12 minutes plus 1 lap to go on the clock currently.
I mean, it's pretty scary how consistent Zach is with his racecraft. I mean, it's a 40-minute race. He has waited 30 minutes here behind Greg Checky, just patiently waiting, getting that little bit closer, and then once he was finally close enough, made that lunge down into turn 9A. And if he gets that opportunity again, I bet you he's not going to overshoot the corner the next time.
And we've seen this from Zach before as well, that it seems like he kind of comes into his own late in the race. Wonder if it's just getting comfortable in the car. Have you noticed some drivers do that, Taylor?
Yeah, I think definitely some drivers will get more and more comfortable as the race goes on because they're just kind of settling into that groove. And so the difference between that and someone who can go fast right away is that driver who can go fast right away will settle into that groove faster and just be completely zoned in.
So it seems like Zach needs maybe a bit of an adjustment time as he drops off a bit here through this section there, Joey, and has suddenly lost a fair bit of space.
So I noticed coming out of the turn number 7 hairpin, he had a little bit of a loose moment, so he had a wag of the tail trying to put the power down coming out of that turn number 7 area, and I think that just kind of grew all the way through that acceleration into the S section, and now Greg Checky is probably looking in his mirror and realizing the same thing.
Sure, that is a bit of a relief for him. While that has split apart for the moment, I want to give a shout-out to our Masters leader, Matt Dusek. He is part of that Charlie Hayes racing group that we were talking about, and he is usually actually a competitor over in the Porsche Endurance Challenge that we also run, which will be back a little bit later at Road America this season. But he's coming in for this USA West race for a little bit of fun. Seems to be doing just as good in this format. That was close down through turn 11 between Laura and Josh for a moment, though.
Josh has got to start to pay attention to that rearview mirror because that angry sheep, is about to approach that rear bumper if he makes too many mistakes or slows down too much. Laura, this has been a fantastic race for her to hang on to the back of these two drivers, and I think that she is feeling pretty racy right now. Just kind of a similar situation that if an opportunity arises, she's going to be right there.
Yeah, and her target is Dan Drowan for second place in the Masters. Still sitting in third within her class, but every position counts. No doubt she'll want to try and snatch that up. Interestingly, she is actually a teammate of Josh. Both run in Black Sheep Racing, even if Josh is typically over in Carrera Cup instead. We do get to see him every once in a while. Of course, he also runs with us in the Endurance Challenge.
So a name we haven't mentioned in a while, and we haven't had our cameras on him at all because it's not the last couple laps, but Brandon Hankins, just giving an update for everybody, has pretty much put the blitz on the entire field up to 10 seconds, about 9.5 seconds right now over Matt Dusek, who is himself has about 8 seconds over Dan Drowan. So Brandon Hankins just out for a nice Saturday afternoon cruise and looking for another race win here in USA West.
And this has pretty much been his MO the entire season in USA West. He's gotten every pole and every win that he has attended so far this season. He was not there for the most recent round at Circuit of the Americas, had to take off early, and that's cost him the points lead to Mark Krigler at this stage. But I'd say the way it's looking now, he's set to retake that championship lead, as you said, with a handy gap of about 11 seconds now, last time they crossed the timing line.
As we kind of watch this battle here for what is third, fourth, and fifth on the racetrack, I want to get your opinion, Taylor. What's your favorite place on this racetrack? Whether it's a turn, whether it's a couple sectors, what's your favorite area on this racetrack?
Yeah, I've got a few favorites. First of all, I love turn 4 because it's such a precise braking zone, and it's kind of unique to the other braking zones where, in my experience, you kind of almost crab into the apex a little bit Otherwise, you will overshoot the apex and go a little bit wide. And my other favorite spot would be turn 7 and then the S's that follow. It's such a fun section, very flowy, and the S's are actually more straightforward than you would think, and I think that's pretty fun in a way.
Joey, you've always said that you love that S's section as well here.
Right, the S's in turn 10, by far my favorite section of the racetrack. But what Taylor said about turn 4 is absolutely spot on. It's a downhill brake zone, so oftentimes you find the rear of the car is quite light on you, so you can really yaw, or like you said, kind of crab walk it into the corner, kind of help turn in the first third of it. It's very, very interesting being downhill throughout.
And the elevation change, one of the major features of this course, as we see one of them right here up through turn 2, following Conley, still holding on to P4 of the overall GT3 Cup cars, although he remains in second in the Pro-Am class. If you're wondering what differentiates the Pro-Ams from the Masters, Masters are drivers that are 50 years and older by the end of the season. And as we pointed out with Greg Checky, drivers are allowed to compete in the Pro-Ams if they don't wish to race against the other Masters.
I was just about to mention this battle because it has kind of resurfaced on the racetrack. Remember, Zach was maybe struggling to put the power down through this section when we last checked in on them, but he has since been able to make up the ground and hunt back in that, well, what would you call it? Is that white and black, or is that a white and dark blue 72? It's got to be white and black with Charlie Hayes
black,
Racing.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, both he and Anna have this sort of mirrored, the mirrored liveries on their cars. At least this time, because remember back at COTA, it was those two and Justin Lewis, who all have black and white cars, with only Justin having some flashes of yellow. So that was certainly interesting, trying to keep track of who was where amongst the three of them, as they had a very tight fight all race long. This time, though, credit to Zach. He's not given up on this, but time is running out. We've got less than 5 minutes plus a lap to go.
And it was that same area of the racetrack that he's able to close it in at that top of turn number 2. So it's such a tricky corner, and now he's in position for turn number 4. He presents the car. Greg Checky leaves him room at apex, and now we're side by side going into turn number 5. This could be a little bit of a nervous moment. Now Greg's going to have the inside going down into the carousel. That's usually the preferred line, and you have to watch out for Matt Dusek in the other class coming through.
Oh, this complicates things even more. They go back to single file, and remember, pretty much the same engine underneath both of these cars. So as he comes in, he's not going to really be able to blast past them much quicker. He gets a little bit loose, but he manages to go to the inside of Greg Checky. That puts Checky off the racing line just a little bit, allows Zach, but Zach is now off the racing line.
Yeah, that's going to hurt him on the run down to turn number 9A here. And you see Greg has got a nice piece of racetrack between himself and Zach by the time they got to the brake zone, and using up all of that apex curb there in the chicane.
Saved by the bell a little bit. His own mistake met by one of Zach's mistakes.
Was that a reference to Zach Morris?
A bit unintentionally, but I'm just running with it anyways. Regardless, he does not have time to put things on pause and grab his cell phone right now. So they'll keep racing until the end, as we've only got 3 minutes now plus a lap. And for those that are not used to this series, when we say plus 1 lap, essentially they will run the clock out, and then the next time by, they'll bring out the white flag for the leader.
Yeah, we have to see the zeros on the time board before we get that plus 1 lap. So the drivers right now just locked into combat up at the top of 3A. This was the corner that Zach got down to the inside the lap prior, and once again, you see him all the way down to the inside. Greg noticed him in the mirror, left the apex open, and that's exactly what Zach wants to see, because anytime that you can take away the racing line, you're going to get that much closer.
Oh, and he's very close here, almost gets underneath him down through the carousel as well, but this is where Greg excels, because as he accelerates, he just pulls away so much better on corner exits. He will defend again, though, into 7.
Pretty wide there from the number 14 car. Let's see if he is able to stay on the racing line this time, follow the tire tracks of that 72, and he should be a lot closer going down into turn number 9 chicane. But we do have another variable coming up on the racetrack. Greg Checky is going to go wide there in the chicane. He goes over through the dirt. This is going to be an opportunity for Zach Bradford. He gets up along driver's right, finally secures the position.
That's what he's been waiting for. Finally manages to make a mistake that sticks, and it bumps him up into P2. Just as all the lap traffic goes by, this is disastrous for Greg Checky because now he's losing even more time.
I was going to mention these 3 cars, and then everything kind of unraveled for that 72 down in the chicane. And, yeah, Joe, to your point, now this is benefiting Zach Bradford as they go up the hill. He's got 2 cars in between himself and Greg Checky, who he was just battling with. This is working out now for the 14.
And for Josh Conley, it's not the ideal situation because he's kind of stuck behind. Even if you have a faster car, it's hard to pass through 3 and 3A down through 4. There's not many straightaways. And as they come down the hill, we've also got Brandon Hankins carrying on in front of them. This is through the S's, and I think we will get 2 to go because I think we have enough time for him to reach the line here.
I agree with you. I think we're going to be approaching 1 lap to go here. So I'm sure we'll be watching Brandon Hankins here. Or, yes, I'm sorry, Joe. Should be approaching 2 laps to go.
It's your turn to make this mistake this time. I'm always the one that
well,
does
I'm just looking at the lap 1 over
yes.
here. You know?
But as we watch the battle behind him, does look like Josh Conley is still dealing with Laura Eli, pressurizing him. And the leader just went by with 20 seconds, so we are still 2 laps left. Boy, they take a lot of those curbs like you were talking about, Joey, just absolutely kicking up the dust through the chicane.
And it's enticing as a driver, right? Because the more you cut that curb, technically the faster you can go. But you also have to adjust your entry speeds a little bit. The more you carry into that first apex, you're going to have to kind of compensate for on that second apex. So it's always going to be a learning opportunity. If you start to learn late in the race, it could spell trouble like we saw there earlier.
Clock has hit 0. Now we will get the white flag for Brandon Hankins, who has just been running an immaculate race today. Nobody has been able to touch him. He's got a gap of about 16 seconds last time by.
Very impressive. You know, I'm going to look at the lap times. His fastest lap, a 1:38.3. You know when he turned that, Joe? This last lap.
So he's not resting on his laurels. So that is another good testament. He's not a driver to just cruise it to victory. He's going to try and find the best that he can out there. Even though we're not visiting this track once again, he comes through the turn 9 chicane and down towards the turn 11 hairpin, getting ready for that white flag to be shown. Anna Checky, in the meantime, similarly running an excellent race, nearly a dozen seconds ahead of her father.
This is the turn 11 complex down at the close side of the racetrack to Velocity Lane and the paddock, and there is Brandon Hankins taking the white flag here at Sonoma Raceway. 1 lap remaining, 12 turns, call it 11 turns now.
Glad Joey brought it up because the series has been sharing the weekend with the Velocity Invitational. And Taylor, you noticed something on our timing and scoring. It looks like we missed an overtake.
Yeah, it looks like Greg Checky got back past Zach Bradford. I don't know where that happened, but
We're hearing that it was in turn 6, so that would be at the carousel. Ooh, that must have been a fun one. In the meantime, Brandon Hankins already through that turn 6, so about halfway through the run here, just down to turn 7. Let's watch to see how he takes this hairpin.
I'm looking, that's pretty wide there, but as long as you can get the throttle down, it really is up to the driver's discretion on how far they can take it into the corner. Sometimes it's not the shortest distance around, but the fastest way around. And actually, sector number 1, 5/1000ths of a second off of his fastest.
Wow. Incredibly close. That means he's very consistent out there. just one more real corner to go on this track for Brandon Hankins to continue his perfect run so far this season. He may have had to miss a round, and that put him on the back foot a little bit, but he has not missed a beat. He'll come through turn 12. Brandon Hankins will win race 1 here at Sonoma.
Nicely done from that 295. I think we're now just waiting for Matt Dusek, who is, I believe, in the turn 11 hairpin right now. He is, of course, our 992 Masters class leader. Patiently waiting for him, and he will be crossing the line here momentarily in that bright orange number 251, your winner in the Master class.
Looking for Anna Checki. I believe she should be coming up shortly. She's going to add to her victory tally here in the West Series after working hard to get her first win. It finally showed up last season. Now she can't get enough of them as she wins in the Caymans.
I guess I'm curious to see who is going to cross the line here, and it is actually going to be Greg Checki over Zach Bradford, so he was able to maintain that position out there. I think we're just waiting on a couple more cars. We're going to go ahead and read through our official results. In GT3 Cup Pro-Am, we'll go by the class. It is Brandon Hankins, your winner. Josh Conley is going to finish in second there. And then Mark Krigler will cross the line in what is third place. And over to the Masters class, Matt Dusek claims the win in that bright orange number 251. Dan Drowan finishing in second place. Laura Eli finishing in third, with Manny Gilles de Real finishing in fourth. Over to our Caymans now in Pro-Am. Anna Checki claims the win there. Greg Checki, her father, going to make it a podium there in second place, with Zach Bradford finishing in third place. And then our final class is going to be the Cayman Masters. Justin Lewis claims the win in that one after Greg Herback had some problems very, very early on. You see him several laps down, did not get to actually compete in today's race. And I think that we actually have Joe Peak still here with us as we wrap up this USA West Series action.
Indeed we do, and sorry, I thought I had to take off for podium celebrations, but I will later, as we'll have that special podium celebration at 3 p.m. if you want to join us down at the track for those attending at the Yokohama trailer, if you want to come see the drivers get to celebrate their wins. But we will be back tomorrow for Porsche Sprint Challenge USA West Race 2 at 1:15 p.m. Pacific. Make sure and tune in. But until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track. We're back once again for the Velocity Invitational here at Sonoma Raceway, and we're getting ready for Group 3. It's the 1963 to 69 production GT cars here. So a lot of sports cars from a very classic era. A few prototypes in there, along with a number of other special favorites such as Corvettes and Ferraris, all competing on the track. We've been seeing a lot of qualifying races today, Joey, and I'm looking forward to seeing these cars take to the circuit.
It'll be a ton of fun to watch these cars go around, and once again, a pretty big run group. Uh-oh.
It's the Alpine.
Yeah, I was going to say, that is an Alpine. That's the 72 that I see. That is all the way down there at what is turn number 11 on the racetrack. Now, you see that we do have a full course yellow, but I'm looking at our start-finish stand, and they're not holding a green flag out, so I think we will be... Oh, never mind. I am going to go ahead and call the green flag on this race while we still have that car down there. We are racing through turn number 1 and up the hill into turn number 2 for the first time.
They will call that before they reach the hairpin. They do have a little bit of time before it gets to that point, but currently being led by Chris McAllister in that number 5. As everybody slots in line behind him, you need to get single file very quickly, as we do have a car off already at turn 2.
Yeah, I couldn't grab the number. That's the 88 Porsche up at the top of the hill. He is giving a thumbs up to the corner workers to show that he is okay, but evidently a problem there with the number 88.
So regardless, we're definitely going to have to go to a full course yellow here shortly, and I do see them holding that flag right now, even though they haven't thrown it quite yet. Is that Alpine? Yeah, it's still there. I can see it on this shot.
And we're racing down towards that section of the racetrack, and now I do see, at least at start-finish stand, the double yellows being displayed. And you see the corner station waving that yellow flag. You see that Alpine still stopped out there at the far end of our racetrack. That's right in the middle of the turn number 7 hairpin.
Yeah, 88 is Bill Lyon in that car that stopped over at turn 2. Meanwhile, the Alpine still waiting to get himself extracted, as we see shots of the Porsche kind of sitting and waiting. The sun's been blaring down for a bit as it started cool today and has heated up, but now inside, especially these older vehicles, probably going to be quite hot if you have to sit and wait inside for the safety crew to come get you.
So these are the 2 shots of the 2 cars that we have got stricken around the racetrack, and a little bit of a shame, obviously, for both of the cars that we're not going to see him running. This driver has his helmet off, which is another interesting safety choice.
Yeah, that's Joseph Gabony in the car right now. He also had issues yesterday, so this is kind of a continuation of what we experienced with this Alpine, unfortunately. This is the rally version, we should mention. So isn't necessarily used to maybe running on circuits as much, but you would think it'd be more reliable having to run on pavement.
It's a beautiful car. I was going to say, it's a shame that both of these cars have kind of fallen ill with some mechanical woes, because they are absolutely beautiful race cars out there, especially this Alpine. That blue is gorgeous.
Now, we do hope that they get to go running, because we're already down to 7 laps left in this lap-limited race, and this will determine the starting grid for tomorrow. Now, we are hearing that it is a timed, if we go long enough, race, essentially. It's whichever we hit first. So hopefully it won't be that long of a caution that starts to run out. But thankfully we haven't seen too many of these full course yellows this Saturday afternoon, or in the morning either, rather, since the drivers have been behaving pretty well and the cars have been relatively reliable out there. But that Gulf Mirage number 5 of Chris McAllister just flashed past us, so now down to 6 laps to go.
And it looks like, Joe, because you were kind of talking about it a little bit, and I know that it is back refreshed on my side of things. It does show 6 laps remaining, but it does have that time, and it shows about 13 minutes remaining currently.
Which should be plenty because we're doing less than 2 minutes per lap, but that's assuming that we get started within maybe about 4 or 5 minutes. If we keep going for that long, then we could run into the time limit here as the safety crews have now reached that car, which has been stranded out in the middle of turn 7. And thankfully, good old manpower is all we need because they can wheel that thing right back to an opening.
Yes.
There at the hairpin.
I was going to mention the safety crews, the workers here at Sonoma Raceway have been doing an absolutely fantastic job yesterday, today, and I'm sure tomorrow as well to make sure that we get in as much track action as possible. And this is by far the quickest way to essentially get the car off of the racing surface. They're pushing it well behind the concrete walls and the tire bundles behind turn number 7.
I feel for them, though, because it does look like it's a little bit uphill.
It is, yep. and that car is not very big.
All right, so we've managed to get it to a safe space, and from there we can try and figure out what went wrong. Maybe we'll get to see it again tomorrow. This should mean that we'll get restarted shortly. Now, our leader... Oh, thank you for alerting me to the screen here. I was looking outside and forgot that the 88s, actually, I still don't see any safety vehicles near it.
And so this one might take just a little bit longer to extract. It is up at the top of what is turn number 2. However, for the most part, the safety crews have been able to attach a tow strap, call it flat tow, these things. So it doesn't necessarily need a flatbed, and they'll come pick this thing up from the front end and just essentially tow it all the way around into a safe zone area. And I expect them to kind of be over at the turn 4 area.
Yeah, so hopefully they should be getting there pretty soon. Interesting that I swore I saw the safety car out there, but it hasn't picked up our leader.
I did see it as well. I'm not sure if it's picked up the leader or where it has picked up the field, but it is out there, Joe. You are not seeing things.
So hopefully we'll get that sorted. Either he's got to slow down or actually park it because, my goodness, he's almost a full lap ahead of the field right now. Someone will have to either dock that manually or we'll need to get somebody on the radio to let him know they're waiting for him to pick up the rest of our drivers. But for now, we cruise around at pacing speeds until we've been released. We keep our eyes on that number 88 for those watching online. Now, we're hearing that lights are out on the pace car, so we might actually get restarted. And I don't think that this car is quite in a safe space, but maybe race control has deemed it so.
Yeah, that's... I'm happy to see a green flag. I'll leave it at that.
There it is, right there, green flag, and we are racing. Now, Chris McAllister is still being shown as the leader, but he is well far ahead, as that's Salazar who is racing up against Delane for what should be second place currently. That's the 4 versus the 81.
And there's the stricken car directly off the driver's right side of the racetrack. And I have got my fingers and toes crossed up here that nobody else has an issue up there at turn number 2. And then, yeah, I'm with you. I have no idea where our leader actually is. I think he was around the safety car. So our lead couple cars are actually the 4 and the 81 in terms of the group that is racing.
Yeah, the 5 just went past us at turn 10. So, yeah, he's well ahead. I'm kind of curious, if he didn't get the memo about where the pace car is, I wonder if he's still at pacing speeds right now.
I think on the pace lap, he was pushing up, left, X, Y, Y, and got the code in.
Yes, exactly. And he just went by that start-finish line. We'll see what the gap is when Delane comes back around. That should give us a little bit of an accurate reading on how much he had gained during that one. But for now, it is still Tony in that 81. Actually, no, he has passed Salazar since the start of restart of this race. They're just coming past us now, being chased by the 11 of John Goodman back there in the red number 11.
Yeah, this number 9 car certainly putting up a little bit of fight, and I believe that's going to be the 32 directly in front of them. These are the two cars that we are watching here on the screen, which is fighting for what is 6th place on the racetrack. I believe that tail car is actually going to be one of the old Fords.
I think you are right.
Just made the pass on the 32.
Indeed. So the 9 jumps up a position. That's Alex McAllister, and that'll put him in at 6. Michael Reichel in behind him in the 32. There we can see the 32 is not done with the battle yet, as the 37 Porsche also chasing.
And that 32 is a 1967 Chevron B8, and that Porsche giving chase is a 1967 910 model up at the top of the hill, and then this is that 1966 Ford GT40 there in that number 9.
Are you sure it's not a 1967 Chevron Bait?
Yeah, you know what? That's your way of pronouncing it.
Coming off of turn 6 now, it looks like the bright red machine is going to hold on as the two of them duel coming up into the braking. The 23 can't quite manage to hold ahead, as the 9 will once again move up one more position. Jonathan Rosenthal giving up P5.
That Ford GT is moving right now. It is hustling. Going through the S's right now in that gorgeous, call it navy blue and orange scheme. We're going to see how fast he actually is this next time by. I've got my timing and scoring up, trying to keep an eye on which cars are the fastest on the racetrack, and he certainly seems visually one of them.
He is hustling it around, using everything that it's got. He'll come across the line shortly. The 8 just went by, just in front of us. Now we got the 4, or the 81 rather, followed by the 4. Then, of course, the 9 of Alex McAllister. Last lap for him, a 1:43.5, his personal best that most recent time across.
This is that number 11 car, of course, directly in front of McAllister there that you were just mentioning. And I will say that one of the parts about this Velocity Invitational, not only the plethora of different cars that we get to see, I mentioned it quite a bit yesterday, but it's also the sounds, right? Every single one of these cars and engines makes a unique sound going around that we don't necessarily get anymore.
You're right, and I think it's a fantastic aspect of old racing that we get to live and experience, not just reminisce on videos, but to get to see here in person. As that 11 of John Goodman showing off as well that unique rear view mirror solution that he and a couple of the other cars sport, which really was how they were run back in the day. That's not something that they've added on in modern times, but yeah, it's certainly an interesting looking and sounding car. Haven't really gotten the accurate read between McAllister and Delane. It's been reading as one lap between them, so we've been kind of holding on.
I guess where kind of my brain goes with this really tall rear view mirror, now I was kind of mentioning it a little bit earlier behind the scenes. Interesting that it's so tall up. I would want almost a periscope, right? Give me the rear view mirror down low and then have it go stick up way up top so I can still see and keep my eyes on the road.
Well, he's going to have some trouble. You talked about that fast Ford. Well, Alex McAllister has rocked up right behind him. The lap traffic will prevent him from having a chance currently. And I think actually they're close behind the 4 of Salazar. I'm pretty sure that's the car in front of them.
That Ford GT has got plenty of go underneath the right foot there. He's carving up this track expertly as well, you know, hitting every single apex, being smack right there on the racing line. And Joe, to your point, there is the number 4 in the shot.
Yeah, Alex in the 9, his last lap was a 43.7. His quickest is a 43.5. So he is quicker than most of the cars in front of him, frankly. This might be one of the slower laps that we've seen out of him just because he's kind of been held up by this prototype. Look at him really just sliding the car out of 7.
Using the maximum width of the racetrack that we've got here at Sonoma Raceway. And now he crawls up all over the back there of the number 11, down through the S's section and into the fast right-hander of turn number 10. Once again, that Ford just eating up all of the curves on apex and exit. He's close. Can he make the lunge into turn number 11? He thinks twice.
Not willing to try it quite yet. That's an expensive bit of kit that he's in. He doesn't want to throw it away for sure. And we're coming around to the end of the race soon here as we wait patiently to see when we get the checkered flag, because the time is indeed running out. The 4 about to make this a 3-car fight. That was a bit wide in the back of the shot there for the 11, and it cost him the position.
Yeah, you're right. So through goes Alex McAllister in the Ford, passing that number 11 of John Goodman. And now we're just going to see that if he's got enough time and laps left to go hunt down what is the car directly in front of him there.
Checking in on that 81, who is potentially the leader. We're not sure if there's going to be any sort of penalty for Chris McAllister. This is Tony Delane, and we just got the checkered flag for Chris McAllister, so he's going to be the first to take the finish of this race.
Yep, and we're going to go ahead and watch the 81 come all the way through here, because I think that this was the car and the driver that essentially followed the rules and what race control wanted to see out there. So he is going to head down towards turn number 11. One more brake zone remaining. Work this number 81 through. Get up on the gas and accelerate through this corner here, through turn number 12. And Tony Delane in the number 81 car will take that checkered flag. And I think it's just going to be probably a few more moments here before the number 9 as well as the number 4 crosses the line. There is the number 9. So he did a terrific last lap. Alex McAllister jumps up to 3rd overall, got by both the number 11 and the number 4. So that's Thomas Salazar going to finish in 4th with John Goodman back here in 5th. We'll watch a couple more of these cars come across the start-finish line here. Of course, up next after this race in about 20 minutes or so is going to be group number 7. That is going to be the 1981 through 2013 historic NASCAR stock cars. So if you're watching, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more racing action. welcome back to the Velocity Invitational event here at Sonoma Raceway. We are underway, or I should say the pace lap is underway for group number 7. This is going to be the 1981 to 2013 historic NASCAR stock cars. Goes all the way back into the 80s, and then the most current car, that 2013 Chevy Monte Carlo with that iconic number 24 painted on the side. But joined up here with Johnny Lieberman for this race here. A pleasure to have you up in the booth with your expertise, especially with all of these cars going around. I think this one's pretty fun with all the liveries.
You know what's funny? I actually drove, I believe it was a 1998 Dodge stock car. It was like if you smoked enough Marlboros back in the day, they let you drive around a track. And I was blown away, man, because we were at the California Speedway down in Fontana, and like they had a limiter, so we could only do like 80% or something. But that still meant you're going 180 miles an hour on the straight, and you're braking to 140 for the corner. And it's insane because you realize you're driving a waterbed that is shooting tear gas at you, and there's like this mountain of concrete feet from you, you know, and no glass. It's just a windshield. There's no side windows.
All Lexan.
And it's just I wasn't that big of a NASCAR dude. I was there on assignment. And I just had so much respect for these drivers to be able to move around in a pack. And they're going like, 200 plus in a pack for hours. It's the craziest form of motorsport. It really is a wild thing. And also these are just so nostalgic and cool looking, and yeah, just lots of just good metal out there right now.
And I think the sound that is about to erupt from this entire run group is going to fill
thunder and lightning.
Yes, exactly. Going to fill this entire complex here. There is the green flag for group number 7. And we are pushing it 3 wide on the front straightaway here. That was the 42 car of Mark Vercini trying to get up to the inside, passing Tim Lynn in the number 24 car. So the Texaco Haviland machine out front is a 4-car breakaway with the more modern race cars. And then you get back to what I would call the 80s group with some of these super iconic liveries.
Yeah, this is just magic to watch. It's so cool.
I mean, we have got, actually, that was a little bit wide over there at turn number 4 as we get the DW machine, the 17 Tide car, going around the number 6 of Mark Martin, if you will, in the Valvoline machine.
Also, that Tide car, look at that. That's a Monte Carlo with that crazy back glass. It's so cool.
Yeah, and I think, for everybody out there watching, we always have our timing ticker on the left side, and if you're interested in the cars that they're actually racing, we have the scrolling ticker at the bottom.
Excellent.
That not only has their position, the car number, but actually what they are racing as well.
All right, so let's see what we're looking at there. I'm not sure.
So
anyways,
the 6 is the 6 is gonna be a Ford Thunderbird back there, just simply because I know the car and what Mark was driving way back in the day. But then it gets a little bit confusing back here because I'm going to refer to them by their livery, right? Man. Because that's really how we identify these cars.
Whether Miller High Life, right?
Yeah, Miller
Champagne
High Life.
Of beers. Look at that.
We got Coors up here. We got Quaker State. We got Kodiak. We got pretty much everything you could dream of from the 80s. I think the only thing we're missing is maybe Maxwell House.
Well, yeah, plus we would have been drinking beer and smoking while doing the broadcast, which was totally, normal back then. No, these are great. And, again, that's why the sponsors put the big liveries on there, right? Because people would say it's the Valvoline car. It's maybe not. It's not normal in California.
Yeah. Well, I think our producer is in our ear saying, it's not normal now to be drinking during the broadcast?
Yeah,
I mean, it is the afternoon. It's got to be happy hour somewhere, right?
That's very true, yeah. I got a driver wristband. I can go get us cocktails. we're good to go. So, yeah, this is epic, though. Yeah, you're right, though. The sound is just, so, classic V8 grumble, rumble, rumble.
So that's one of the things that I've really been trying to display, and everybody here on the grounds understands it. Maybe not necessarily that are watching it on the stream, but now these cars, all V8s out here, so they sound relatively similar, but it really is just the plethora of different engines that we've got out here this weekend.
Oh, it's been incredible. Yeah, if you like mechanical things. I mean, as I was driving my 10-passenger golf cart over here, I almost had a front head-on collision with a McLaren F1 that was just driving around the paddock. You know what I mean? So it's like, it is such a wild event.
Well, let me ask you. So
Yeah.
you're obviously around the car culture a lot. You've been with Velocity, and what has been maybe the coolest car that you've seen this weekend?
Oh, the Voisin C28 Aerodyne. That is. So I think there's 2 of them left on planet Earth. That's the prototype, 1934. It's sitting out at Turn 11. Last time I saw it, I was not allowed to take a photograph of it, and I was like flipping out. I was screaming at the owner, like, "Come on!" But it's sitting there. It is the most sexy, wonderful, just amazing French vehicle. I'm so in love with that car. Voisin was a Parisian manufacturer back in the 30s. They actually built airplanes first, so they were very interested in aerodynamics, lightweight, and then also I believe one of the brothers was killed in an airplane, so they actually thought about safety at a time when nobody. It was 50 years before anybody thought about safety in cars, and they were thinking. I don't know if they were effective, but they were thinking about it. But like, I was just looking at that thing. It's like it has a sliding target top. Like that took decades before that was on another car. It has 3 windshield wipers. Like the Hummer EV just got that a couple years ago. Like there's just so much like brilliance that went into these pre-war cars that. Okay, the company's gone, but the product endures, and it's beautiful, and it's the big, sexy 2-door, and just outstanding. And look, I mentioned an F1. there's 2 other F1s here. There's 2 Ferrari 250 GTOs. That's nuts. And then they're parked next to 2 250 GT short wheelbases. That's parked next to 2 57 Testarossas by Scaglia. You know what I mean? Like on and on. It doesn't end. So the caliber of the cars here at the Velocity Invitational is just beyond what's normal. Like, yes, if it was Car Week at Pebble Beach, you might see some of these, but you might not. There might not be 2 250 GTOs at Pebble. Odds are.
Well, and what you're not going to get at Pebble Beach is literal racing around the racetrack. So
that's true. I mean, you get it at Laguna, the historic.
Yep.
But this seems to be more diversity than you get at the historics. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen a Trans Am class. I don't think I've ever seen a stock car class. So it's just super cool.
Just something I was observing out there on the racetrack, the number 25, that's the Kodiak machine, seems to be spitting out a little bit of smoke out the back end. I'm not sure if it's maybe just a little bit of extra oil blow by, or maybe something is maybe a little bit of a tire rub, but just an observation that I had noticed. That's the lead car in this group that we've got here in shot, that white and green Kodiak machine.
And that's ironic, because Kodiak is the tobacco you don't use fire with, so it shouldn't be smoking. Oh, that's so cool.
Did you hear him off the rev limiter?
It's just so cool.
So, of course, these are going to be 4-speed transmissions, dog boxes.
Rock crushers, right?
Yeah.
Muncie rock crushers?
In the old stock cars here. And, super cool.
That's what I drove. When I remember I did drive that, and it's a real engagement. I mean, you got to be committed and strong to move that thing around.
What some people underestimate is they think, like a dog ring box or a dog gear box, and it just slides into the next gear. Technically it does, but you have to force it into the gear because they are not rounded teeth, they are sharp teeth. So if you don't get that engagement right, it is simply not going to go into the gear. So a lot of times it is grabbing that handle and pretty much trying to break it off.
Yeah. But yeah, this is just so cool. Look at that.
So folks, we got roughly 5 laps remaining here of watching these NASCAR stock cars go out here. There's a little bit of that smoke out the back of that Kodiak machine. It doesn't seem like it. Oh, well, there it is, a little bit more.
That's a lot more, yeah. Now, is it a central exhaust like that?
No, they're all going to be side exit.
So that's
it's going to be,
it's cooler going.
Well, we're only guesstimating at that point. It could be anything from all the way up underneath the front of the car to the transmission, all the way back to the differential. So we only see it coming out of the center, out of the back end. So it really is kind of putting on the tinfoil hat and taking your best guess at it.
Yeah, it's not slowing him down, whatever it is. So hopefully it's just nothing's going to take him out of the race, because he's driving a great race.
And you also have to remember that these motors were built pretty loose in the sense that they do have a lot of blow-by, right? And they're meant to make the horsepower. So I'm not too surprised to see a little bit of smoke out of these machines every now and then.
A friend of mine's an engineer, and they were doing camshaft analysis on the X, Y, and Z axis. And so the Z is the back and forth, how much it moves north-south inside of a V8. I remember they were doing race engines, and he was talking about NASCAR, and he said, man, compared to like other forms of motorsport, it's a big Z axis. They really move. But they're they're making 800 horsepower for a long time, so... this is just fantastic.
You go back to what you were talking about, though, just if you're a fan of, call it mechanical engineering, making these cars go fast. What is the development process? And, these cars, the technology stayed around in NASCAR for quite some time. So it's not that these cars are necessarily a whole lot slower than more of the modern stuff. It's just that they're a little bit heavier. Maybe a little bit less horsepower, and then the tire is quite different from what you would call a modern stock car tire.
And so the last year of this is 2006?
2013, and that's going to that's going to be the only modern car that we've got really that's that new is going to be the number 24 Jeff Gordon car, and that is driven by Tim Lynn out there.
He's in second right now.
Correct.
So he's running good. So 2013 then, I'm sorry I got the date wrong, that was Car of Tomorrow, right?
Yes.
That was like Toyota was doing the engine or something like that?
Oh, well, they have
different builders?
Yes, because they have their different manufacturers between Chevy, Ford. I believe Dodge was out of the game at that point.
Right.
And that's why it's so cool to have that Texaco Haviland car out here, because that is one of the Dodge stock cars.
What year is that Texaco car? Okay, because I think I drove it. It was either a 98 or a 99, but I remember I drove it in about 2005 or 6. 2002. All right, it's a little newer than the one I drove. But it was already a classic NASCAR. And the other thing they did, and I'm glad they did, was they shaved down the door so it was easy to get in and out for us fat amateurs, it was awesome. But
I think, so what you're talking about, look at the windows, right? The door is way up high, right? And they're made like that to essentially help with the aerodynamics, right? The bigger the exposed window, the more drag you're going to be creating out there. So... they were not necessarily the easiest to climb in and out of.
Yes, I was. Not that I thought about it as much then because it was over 20 years ago, but man, if something really went wrong, how would you get out? But it seems to have not slowed NASCAR down any,
What I do like, so I've got a nerdy racing brain, right?
Yeah,
and
go.
you're asking about it, and so I'm going to tell you. And the extraction process, usually every single series will mandate a specific extraction time. So if you can't, if you're buckled in the car and you can't get out by a specific time, you're plain and simple aren't going to be allowed in that car.
Sure, no, and most race series do that. I mean, that's one of the things you do is you buckle people in, then you start banging on the roof, screaming fire, and make sure drivers know how to get out, especially like amateur racing. But usually there's a door, even though there's a roll cage, there's still a door that opens up, and you got a much bigger portal in and out.
I'll take it even one step further. So my racing mentor, Pat McFall, who was Willie T. Ribb's crew chief back in the Trans Am days.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a spin there going into turn number 11 from the Sunoco car. That is the number 94, driven by Sam McCord. Maybe look like just a little bit of what we know as wheel hop going into that brake zone. That is a very common thing to happen to stock cars going into a brake zone. If you add a little bit too much brake pedal pressure, you can hop that rear axle around a little bit, and it causes a loss of traction and can easily spin out in that situation. But kind of back to my long-winded point about extraction. What Pat would make me do is actually tape up the visor, because what happens if you're in a fire inside the car? You can't see. You can't see the door. You can't see anything. So you got to be able to get out of the car even if you can't see.
Yeah, very smart. Very smart. And it's a whole thing. That was, I was lucky enough. I got to race Pikes Peak one time, and it was like, they wanted everyone on oxygen, and I remember a lot of the old timers were like, "What if in the crash you lose your oxygen? Like, you should be able to get out without oxygen." And I'm like, "Should I?" And they're like, "No, you're not acclimated. You need the oxygen." And it was interesting, So luckily nothing went wrong. So I stayed on the road.
And a lot of the competitors now at Pikes Peak are opting to actually run oxygen full time inside
everybody.
the car.
I had to. Like, I had a moment where I don't know, Pikes is crazy because they make you practice. You start, the track goes green at 5 a.m. and it's red flagged at 8 a.m. during practice. But we were up at, the middle section. I'm blanking on the name right now. But, it's 13,000 feet or something to start. And, or maybe 12,000 of that.
It's about 8. I think starting line is about 8,000.
It's 9,300 starting line, and the top is 14. But you only practice in sections.
Yep.
Not to take away from stock car, but I was in the car. I just didn't turn my oxygen bottle on, and my crew chief was asking me some questions, and he's looking at me the way I looked at my then 5-year-old when he's lying to me, and he goes, turn your oxygen on, and I did. It was literally like waking up, like, oh yeah, okay, yes, okay, now I can do this.
Well, if you guys have been paying attention to the ticker, we are on our final lap here from what I see. The number 24 is our leader, and he actually just got the 1 lap to go, so we are going to be going one more time around right now. And you're right, you were pointing out the number 12 is actually our overall leader. I was just suspecting it was Tim in the number 24 because that was our fastest qualifier, but you're right, whole shot off the line was Cole Moore. And here is that number 12 car going down through the carousel section. So about, call it 3/4 of a lap remaining. Accelerate down through the drag strip section. That's another cool part that we've got here at Sonoma Raceway. And one of the fun parts about Sonoma Raceway, not only do we have these great events like Velocity Invitational where we have all of this different amount of cars out here, but they also have the go-kart track up on top of the hill. They got the NHRA drag strip right here in the center, plus all the different configurations that Sonoma Raceway is known for now between NASCAR, SCCA road racing, different types of professional racing using the Turn 9 chicane. So Sonoma Raceway has grown to be a fantastic venue for all types of racing, and here is Cole Moore. We're going to see if he's going to get the checkered flag. He's got turn 12 here remaining. I see in start-finish stand hands. Checkered flag for Cole Moore, our winner in the 1981 to 2013 historic NASCAR stock cars. Tim Lynn is going to be rolling around here shortly in the number 24. You see the rest of the cars scream by start-finish. I mean, they're literally just a blur of color as they cross the start-finish line. Here is that number 24. And then Mark in the 42. That Texaco Haviland machine is going to finish in what is 3rd place. Tom Clower back here in the Jimmy Johnson machine is going to finish in what is 4th. I see him coming through the S's right now, so it's probably going to be just a few more moments before he crosses the line. And then in 5th is going to be Jim Hogg back there driving that number 27. Well, Johnny, it was awesome having you up here in the booth. Are you going to be sticking around for the rest of the afternoon?
I'll be in and out. And
okay.
You'll see me a little bit tomorrow. As we had a crazy morning, so we that's my first time up here since before 8 o'clock, I think. So, but yeah, no, this is a blast. Yeah, so what I've been doing by not coming up here is we've been shooting a bunch of pieces to camera. I think we shot 10 of them all day, so I have been busy. I haven't been slacking too much, but we got some good stuff. We got Jay Leno was here. We got Jay, Larry Chen, world-famous photographer. And we got a bunch of other good stuff, and it'll all be, we're editing it right now. You'll see it on the broadcast tomorrow, and it'll kind of be the interstitial stuff between the races, so it'll be cool.
Well, folks, while we are cooling down the racetrack, we do have some Dalaras out there. It's the Cavalli Dalara driven by Boris Said, giving some exhibition laps, and then we're actually going to be coming up to exhibition group number 6 here. Before we get to group number 1, that's going to be the 1956 to 1962 production in GT cars up to 5 liters. That's going to start at approximately 30 minutes at 3:45 p.m. Pacific time out here. If you are enjoying Velocity Invitational on the stream, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more on-track action shortly.
race fans, I'm sure you've been enjoying watching the Pivotal Helix give some demonstration runs. We're going to watch one more time, but this time we have Cal Cruikshank, the Pivotal Sales Director, with us to talk a little bit about this. And Cal, I mean, this has been impressive. It's almost surreal watching this thing fly.
Yeah, absolutely. We're so happy to be here showing it off to everybody. This is an all-electric aircraft that you can buy now and take delivery on next year. Takes off and lands vertically, and actually doesn't require a pilot license. Just takes 4 days of training to get certified by Pivotal to fly.
Yeah, you were telling me that it sounds like you guys are very close to getting this into the hands of a lot of people. What was the dates you were saying?
Yeah, so we should be delivering our first aircraft to customers here this fall and ramping up manufacturing and deliveries moving into 2027. So right now we're actively taking pre-orders and training those owners that have an order in on our pre-production models. And we're super excited to get the Helix, the production model, out to a lot of customers here soon.
And you were telling me that there's a lot of interesting ways that this was designed. You said there's a lot of simplicity to it?
Absolutely. So what we do, instead of tilting an entire proper rotor system, we tilt the entire aircraft, and that allows us to reduce a significant amount of weight and mechanical complexity. So there's only 18 moving parts on this aircraft, extremely easy to maintain, and we just tilt the aircraft from hover mode into a cruise much like an airplane.
It really is neat to watch out here. And you mentioned to me that there is maybe a few limitations on where you could utilize this. Where would we see people flying these?
Absolutely. We get this question all the time. So without a pilot license, there are some few restrictions, and mainly it's not flying over congested areas. So you can fly around neighborhoods or weave through properties, but don't directly overfly a town or a neighborhood. So it's perfect for a place like Sonoma County with all the vineyards and backcountry. It's just a wonderful thing to get out and experience from the air.
And you've talked about how easy it is for people to get trained for this. Have you actually gone up in one?
I have, yes. So I have a long history of flying helicopters, and this thing is absolutely simple and so safe to fly. There's no single point of failure. You fly with a single joystick, a 12-inch touchscreen display. There's a lot of automation, including auto land, assisted takeoff, and it auto stabilizes in cruise. So it's really almost impossible to lose control of this aircraft, which makes it a lot easier to fly, a lot safer to fly, and you can keep your eyes outside of the cockpit instead of in looking at radios and dials.
This seems really revolutionary. Where do you see Pivotal taking this in the future? Is there a plan for the company?
Well, we're happy to get our production model out to a large book of owners who have pre-orders in. So we'll be delivering through next year. We are, designing the future of Pivotal, what that's going to look like. I'm still unsure, but it would be a larger aircraft that could be certified and used in more ways. But we're just super excited to finally get these in customers' hands and give people what they've been waiting for.
I know Joey and I have been watching, very interested in this, and with both of us being longtime race fans, now I know it probably would not be something they would do, but our first thought is, if we have more than one of these, you only need 2 cars for a race.
It's fun to fly with friends as well. So you can get 2 of them and fly with friends. You can train friends, but we do a lot of tandem flying, and it's just amazing to experience it, especially with someone else. But look at this thing come in, though. I mean, it's just incredible how it changes from an airplane almost into a helicopter mode, into a hover. Click of a button, you're going to put it on the ground safely. So it's just a really well-designed aircraft, a lot of fun to fly, and it's accessible, way more accessible than a traditional aircraft that requires licensing and a lot of proficiency to maintain. So kudos to the Pivotal engineering team for designing such a simple and safe machine that a lot of people can experience. A lot of folks wanted to be a pilot for a long time. This is the quickest and most accessible way to do it.
There we see it touch down. So I can't thank you enough for coming in and telling us a little bit more about this, answering a lot of questions, Cal. Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll get to see you some more at these events.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having us.
All right, folks, go and check out Pivotal. I assume you're down at the paddock. It can be found?
We are. We're down at the paddock. Come and check us out. Talk to the team. You can also go to pivotal.aero, AERO, for more information. But we're ready to get people in the cockpit to experience it themselves. Just come and ask the question.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Again, that's Cal Cruikshank, Pivotal Sales Director, if you want to try out the Pivotal Helix. All right. With that, we'll be back a little bit later. We are going to be returning with the 1956 to 62 production GT cars. So more action is coming on the track in a moment. We are back to racing action here at Sonoma Raceway as the Velocity Invitational now brings us to the 1956 to 62 production GT cars. Here, we're starting to get late in the day. After this, we'll only have one more to go. This is the last, essentially, of our sprint races that we will have out here, Joey, and has certainly been an interesting mix of vehicles. Love seeing these old classic cars.
This is definitely one of the older run groups. Now, it's not the ragtime racers that we had out there earlier, but it's definitely, in terms of the production cars, definitely one of the older run groups that we've got out there, and you see it is on the safety car lap right now. Pole position is going to be an Alfa Romeo GTZ. Lined up next to him is going to be a 1958 Porsche Carrera GT Speedster. Those are the front two cars that are going to be leading this group to the green flag here shortly.
All of these fantastic names that we've seen in racing for decades, some now more than a century, in fact, and still going at it out there. I also love seeing that Jag with that long nose that it's got just leading the way. Can only imagine what that thing handles like.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure they all have their interesting characteristics. I know there's a bunch of Ferrari 250 fans out there, we both have the GT short wheelbase as well as the GTOs out there. So if you're a fan of those old Ferrari 250s, got a few of them here in this run group.
And some fantastic names out there. I think we've mentioned Adam Adelson is racing. He runs modern cars as well, but obviously clearly not averse to getting some out of his collection, dusting them off and trying racing some older vehicles. But they'll come up to turn 11, getting ready for this race. And this is the qualifying race, once again, if you're just joining us. So this is going to be deciding the starting position for tomorrow's action here in Group 1, as they will be let go by the safety car here once they exit out of turn 11. He'll peel off into what used to be referred to as the island here on the inside of turn 11 and 12. And now we wait patiently for the flag stand as David Perkins will lead the way in that number 96. They come out of the final corner and they're given the green flag. They'll accelerate their way up towards turn 1 and 2, where it's going to be a blind crest. Everybody going to have to ease up carefully.
Steep uphill, and now it hits the plateau at the top of turn number 2. Using the full width of the racetrack is that number 77 of Thomas Salazar, still side by side, arguing going up the hill into turn number 3 and 3A.
It does look like Perkins is the one that came out ahead, but he's completely off the track and thankfully saves it from going into the wall as he was about a foot away from the concrete.
A nervous moment out there for David Perkins in the number 96 car, but even with that off and back on the racetrack, he maintains what is now second position, so he lost the lead to Thomas Salazar, but still within striking distance. He just needs to catch back up.
Still sent it into turn 6. I'm not sure if he's just getting the dirt off the tires there, but he was absolutely chucking it into the corner. He's being chased by Adelson in that 119 as we follow the battle behind him for 5th place.
Oh, and that was a little deep maybe from the Jaguar, that white car directly behind. That's Jeff O'Neill in the 20. Making the pass on, I believe, that was the 99, at least on timing and scoring.
I believe you're right, Michael Doyle. But, yeah, Jeff has been out there with all kinds of cars over the course of today's racing, this weekend's racing, we should say, as he was out yesterday as well. We get ready to complete lap 1, but right now it is Thomas Salazar in the 77 who is leading.
Come down to the turn 11 hairpin. Look, more cars starting to make moves on the inside. This is where you start to jump on the brakes and really have to balance the car and slow it down at the same time. That's that bright yellow number 58 making moves out there, driven by Edward Hugo.
And what I love is even from our drone shots up above, from far away, you can see the hands moving inside the cockpits. That's how open these cars are.
The Corvette going around that 22 of Tazio Otis out there, so maybe using a little bit of that American muscle here on the straightaway, powering this Corvette around.
Fantastic stuff. So the 58 carrying on, a very classic-looking old vet up through turns 3 and 3A. Now he's got his sights set on the 49 of Ranson Webster. We saw Webster in a different Porsche a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, he was in that 935 spitting out all the flames, and that was trying to get to the inside there from Edward Hugo. Now he has the outside going into the carousel. I expect the 49 to have a little bit more oomph down the hill, but I am proven wrong. The Corvette stands on the gas and drives it through the corner and out onto the drag strip.
And behind them, we still had some side-by-side action as well. I think that was Otis along with Hagen still fighting. 58 slows it up down into the hairpin of turn 7 and starts to take off. Meanwhile, we look up front, and we've had a change of position as Perkins managed to get ahead of Salazar.
What an excellent comeback drive after that lap number 1. Call it a little bit of an oopsie up at the top of the hill, but Maintaining that top position after a couple laps is David Perkins, regaining that lead and now is being chased. And here comes Jeff O'Neill. And oh my goodness, yeah, no, he is pulling into pit lane. Not Jeff O'Neill, but David Perkins.
Hopefully the car is okay from here. I didn't see him touch the wall earlier, so can't imagine it's from that. Regardless, Salazar returns right to the lead, but for how long? Because O'Neill is already putting the pressure on. In fact, before they come out of turn one, he is already up to the front.
Move that red Ferrari number 20 to the point. New leader, Jeff O'Neill, climbing the top of the hill now. We'll see what kind of pace that car actually has now that it's in some clean air. He doesn't have to worry about making any passes or anybody else on the racetrack. He can just focus on his own marks. But Salazar evidently not done. And oh no, the 58 of Edward Hugo has a plume of smoke behind it.
This is a shame to see. Puts his hand up into the air. He's pulled off on the exit of turn one, right at the bottom of the hill. Unfortunately, that's a fast corner, so I'm not sure they can leave that car. Oh, this may have involved multiple cars because the 257 is stopped just across the road.
And I was going to say the 58 is counter track, so it's pointed the wrong way. Still a mystery for us to solve, and 58 pulls it across the track. Thankfully, nobody coming up the hill, or at least quite yet. And here comes some more cars. So there's a waving yellow flag at start-finish, so drivers are being made aware of the situation as this 29 is now going to back it up off of the, or I'm sorry, 257 is going to back it up off the track.
That's Lars Mapstead, who's trying to get it out of the way. So it doesn't look like he's trying to continue on in this race. Right now it is just a standing yellow flag, so we don't have a full course yellow at the moment. Salazar gets to continue to try to run off, but it is Jeff O'Neill now in front of him and holding the P1 spot.
I do have a full course yellow flag being displayed at start-finish here. So we are going to slow the entire field down behind the pace car, and it is for two cars. First is the 58, pointed the wrong way in turn number one, and then secondly, I believe was that Alpha a little bit further up the hill.
And it almost looked like that car had taken off again and started around turn two. So we're hearing he may not be. Okay, so he stopped a second time, or a third time, really, and is halted at the outside of turn two.
Oh, my.
Well, wait a minute. No, do we have three cars?
Do we have, so he's counter track.
We're hearing
so
he had
this
a bit
is,
of a spin.
But this is a different car, Joe. This is a 163. Oh, and he's going to spin it. Oh, he got it back going. There we go.
Gave it a little bit too much beans there. So that's the 163. And that is Robert Stoker, which is unfortunate because before that spin, he was actually sitting in third place. So he was going to have a good result in this qualifying race, but now he's probably going to have to restart from the back.
So, you know, we could see it from the overhead drone shot. We have fluid on the racetrack.
That's why he spun out. That makes a lot more sense now.
And this is a little bit of a nervous moment here as our driver has his fire bottle, his mobile fire bottle, and he was opening up the hood of the car. But from the overhead shot, looking down at turn number one, you could see a clear line of fluid that essentially pulls a U-turn and follows the 58. Yeah, you can actually see it here, kind of where the skid marks are. You see a little bit of some moisture out here to the left side of the screen. And then basically it follows the 58 where you would hook a hard right and U-turn it back to where he is stationary.
So I'm going to put the pieces together. I wonder if that 257 also spun on that fluid.
That's what I would assume.
Yeah. But that explains why that car suddenly went the other way pretty quickly as he
there you go.
Tried to, get it out. And, yeah, that is a lot at a very fast part of the track. So we may need a little bit more time than usual, not just to collect the car, but they're going to have to put some oil dry down.
I think most importantly is making sure that number 58 is A-OK. Now, don't want to jump to any conclusions out here because, Sonoma Raceway always takes great care of their grounds. But anytime you have any sort of flame or fire or anything, dry grass is definitely not your friend.
No, that is a good point. And I'm not seeing any flames currently or smoke at all.
Correct, which is great.
So that's a good sign that hopefully the car is at least not going to combust, at least. But for poor Edward Hugo, it's going to have to go back to the paddock and have a little bit of work done. But this is part of the nature of going vintage racing, is the car will not always be in pristine condition, as we're already dealing with the cleanup of that oil slick.
And you can see, the safety workers can clearly see it from their trucks, which means it's quite a bit of oil out there. Well, I don't know if it's oil or if it's coolant or what the fluid actually is.
Something slippery.
But, yeah, it is not pavement.
Let's put it that way. So they've already been very quick at work. That was great to see. Get that truck out there to start to try and wipe that section up. We'll see if that's enough or if they've got to do a little bit more work. The flatbed's already pulling up ahead of that Corvette to collect the fields. And thankfully, they do have the slippery surface flag displayed at the flag stand. That's the red and yellow flag. There's another good angle on the cleanup process.
I got to give it to this driver because it's not always every time that they're directly over the oil. You know, they might be on one side of it or the other side of it. But, I mean, that's a pretty gosh dang good bowling strike on that kitty litter.
So credit to the cleaning crew here, the safety crew at Sonoma Raceway. Clearly have pretty good aim, but we're still actually collecting the back of the field. They had spread out pretty quickly.
Yeah. And now we're getting some cars driving through the oil dry, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that per se. I think it probably just the drivers are trying to help promote the cleanup, and that is one way to help clean the oil dry is to essentially drive over it, and it'll help sweep it off the racetrack.
Exactly. So already the Tundra safety truck is leaving the scene. And I also see a sweeper just going by us on the front stretch. So they'll get more of that cleaned up in just a second. We're down to 4 laps to go or 5 minutes, whichever comes first. I would assume the 5 minutes, if I'm honest, because we're doing, I believe, about 2-minute lap times for most of these cars.
Yeah, and under safety car conditions, it's more about 4 minutes per lap, about 3:43 and change.
As that implies that we're probably going to be ending this one under caution, most likely, because I don't think that sweeper vehicle is going to be able to get done with that. We can just see it on the screens now, starting to come by through turn 1. We actually even still haven't cleared the yellow Corvette either. They're close to getting that on the truck.
Especially with these something else that is very important too is got to take care of that 58, getting it up onto the flatbed, right? It's a little bit of an odd angle, meaning that it's relatively close to the tire wall, so the truck has to be right up to the tires. And then one thing that we don't get from the shot, it's steep uphill. Like, we get the uphill angle from here, so it's just a little bit of an oddity for the tow truck. You want to be on flat ground with plenty of stuff around, so they just want to make sure that they take care of that 58.
This is the extra difficult pop quiz for the safety crew.
Yes.
Coming right at the end of the day when I'm sure they're all ready to hang up their hats, get out of the sun for a little bit, and take a refreshing drink. But we'll have to get out at least one more time because, like I mentioned earlier, we've got an endurance race. That's going to be the Mini versus Muscle Enduro. Very much looking forward to that because even during the practice it was hugely entertaining watching those two go at it out on track. Sweeper now leaving the scene.
Doing a couple passes forward and back, just trying to make sure that any of that extra oil dry is completely scraped off of the racetrack. You're going to continue to see it because it helps kind of absorb all the fluid on the racetrack. However, as we get more and more cars running over it, it will get back to normal. Now, I did see the safety car was down in turn number 11, but our crews are still here in turn number 1, so I don't see how we could get a green flag on this one.
Now, this might actually even be the white flag, potentially. No, it's going to be the checkers. They're going to call it early. So there we can see it on our screens now, yellow and checkered. A bit sad, but it's going to happen, especially with many races today. In fact, I'm trying to think,
No,
is this our
this
first
is the
time?
first one.
There we go. Okay.
Knock on wood.
I'll take that. If we go almost the entire day before we get our first finishing under yellow. Well then, that means Jeffrey O'Neill gets to win this race. Thomas Salazar finishes second, Michael Doyle P3. Adam Adelson will get fourth, and Daniel Schwartz will be fifth. Stick around, race fans. We have one more to go, at least in competitive racing. And then we have another exhibition later on. First up, it's going to be the Group 9 1960s Mini versus Muscle Enduro at 410. Mini versus muscle here at Velocity Invitational. Who will win? It's our last qualifying race of the day, an endurance race that we have this afternoon between fantastic Iron Muscle versus the Minis, the light and the agile versus the fast but the heavy, as we watch them come around on their pace lap. We got to see a little bit of practice time for them yesterday, but this is going to be a 50-minute race for this one, Joey. So much longer than what we've witnessed for all the races previously today.
A little bit more of an endurance side of things, and you got to make sure to put enough fuel in the car to make it that whole 50 minutes as well. And from what we saw yesterday, quite a few more minis out there versus the muscle cars. However, it did seem that the muscle cars had the edge in terms of the overall pace.
Does make you wonder, though. They've got the numbers. Sometimes that counts for something.
I mean, look at them all.
Yeah. If there's any failures on the muscle cars, then there will be minis to pick it up and will grab a podium today. So they have to make sure that they get to the finish, which maybe makes it important that it is an endurance race for our last one today. They're just getting ready to double up here, it looks like, as they'll get finished. The minis and the muscle cars, of course, will have to make sure that they make their equipment last. They've had to take the day to try and work on them, get them prepared, ready to go. So we see them come down through the S's.
And it's not just only Mini Coopers out there, Joe. If I remember correctly, there's the Morris Cooper out there as well. And then the Mini Marcos.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so if you see ones that don't quite look as boxy and as typical as you expect to see, that's what you're looking at, is one of those two. In fact, we were enjoying seeing the appearance of the Marcos out there. And now they are, in fact, fully lined up, double file, coming up to the final corner. Might be slightly less than a 50-minute race, because I do see that our timer has started already. We'll see if that readjusts itself or if we are going to go for a 45-minute race instead. They're coming around to the start-finish line, waiting patiently. They've still got that slippery surface flag up from the last race as the green flag is out, accelerating away as you'd expect. Muscle cars start to pull ahead, but it's actually a battle for the lead between the 21 and the 166 Hildebrand versus FTMU.
And that blue Mini, that number 17, trying to get into the middle, and you see how tentative it is because those big muscle cars directly in front, the Boss 302 and the Shelby GT 350, weigh a significant amount more, and you got to be careful where you place these little Minis so much faster through the corners.
That's a good point. Coming up to turn 4. There's a move to the inside. In fact, losing 1, 2, 3 positions. The 21 of Steve Eftemu goes from the lead down to, I believe, about 5th or 6th.
My goodness, it just is one little corner off of the racing line, and all of these minis start to take advantage. And now we're going to see the difference in speed now that we're out on the straightaway.
In fact, that 17 that you were talking about earlier managed to move up into P2. Going to lose that position as the Mustang manages to sneak back by. But under braking, he has to brake so much earlier. And look at that 17 once again. Sneak underneath the 62 as well. Getting in and amongst things. That is Andrew Waite trying to see if he can make a battle of it.
The Minis starting off strong, even though that Hildebrand is out front in that Chevy Camaro, that 166. It certainly seems like the Boss 302, as well as this other fellow vintage Mustang, the Shelby GT 350, has their hands full with these little cars trying to swarm them all around.
In fact, he's already looking down to the inside. Going to try and take that third place away as he manages to get ahead on the apex. But it'll need a lot more than this. He almost gets overtaken a second time. This is not an ideal spot to be because look at him. He blast past.
And here comes the number 21 as well. Actually, the 21 of Steve Eftemu lifted off of the throttle opted not to go around this orange Mini number 62 on the straightaway here. Probably couldn't quite get clear of him by turn number 1.
So he's going to be stuck back at least for the time being. So we start lap number 2 under pace. One thing that we have to remember with this longer race, that while those big, heavy muscle cars will have to be concerned as our second place driver goes completely off the course, a little bit of Dukes of Hazzard style instead for a moment, returning to the track. It looks like about 5th place.
Yeah, that was the number 6 car, and I saw a little bit of a lockup going into what is turn number 4 at this racetrack. A very, very tricky corner because it is entirely downhill, and when you're in a big, heavy car that might not have the best brakes on it, you definitely have to be careful about those stopping distance. There goes the 21 car around the 62 using that big V8 engine.
That'll move him onto the podium with that move down into turn 6, or turn 7 rather. And already he is starting to take off here through the S's, as it looks like the double lot has come into pit lane. I think that is John Berman, who just actually made a visit through, and then now he's coming back out onto the track. So glad to see him get back out onto the circuit as we watch the 61 of Robert Hemke, currently running in 5th position.
Starting to get a little bit more single file now, but I think the interesting race is definitely all the way up front right here. This 66 of John Hildebrand still leading over the 17, that blue Mini. But now that number 21, that old Boss 302, has got a little bit of clean air. Been really impressed with the lap times out of that second place car, 156.0 that last time by.
Now, before we had that big off from Matt Johnson in the 6th there, I was going to mention that these big, heavy muscle cars obviously will struggle to try and keep the tires under them over the race, but they at least are dispersing the effort. Remember that these Minis are using those same 2 tires to both steer and to propel the car forward, so they're going to be screaming by the end.
That's the difference between a rear-wheel drive car and a front-wheel drive car, like Joe was just explaining. There is literally nothing going on the rear wheels of these little Mini Coopers. They are just following the front wheels and hopefully in the same direction.
Exactly. Can't always bank on that, but so far so good. As we get a nice little move down to the inside of turn 6. Honestly impressive, the speed that these things can carry down that left-hander.
I agree with you. Oh, a little side-by-side here. The number 6 is trying to make up a little bit of ground, I believe, try to get past the 61. Oh, the 61's going to get muscled out of room there. And you can only think of just kind of forcing that little car off of the racetrack. No big deal for the Mustang.
Yeah, he's just flexing a little bit right now. So as they come towards the S's and down the hill, he holds the track position over the rose gold 61. Into the braking of turn 11 here. Still being led by John Hildebrand in that 166 machine up at the front of the field. He is coming up on one of the Minis to be lapped soon. And that was the 0 car that I mentioned had to come make a visit to pit lane for some reason. 62 flashes past us, but has really lost touch with those top 3.
I think that the car to watch out for right now is actually going to be that number 21 car. Probably in the next lap or so is the 62 just absolutely slinging it up and over turn number 2. Reason why I mentioned that lead battle is because Steve Eftemu in that number 21 fastest car on the racetrack by about by 2 seconds over that Chevy Camaro he is hunting down.
So clearly that start was not ideal. A very fast car that's been held up and have to pass a number of Mini Coopers before his real target came in the windscreen. We'll see how far apart they are next time they cross the timing line and how much he has gobbled up of that 166. There is the 21 of Eftemu currently coming down to the braking, and yeah, he is now within the same shot of Hildebrand.
So this is the overall lead here between these 2 muscle cars. That yellow Mini out front is going to be a lapped car. They are going to have to navigate through This could be a little bit of a pivotal moment here for this Chevy Camaro and how quickly he can dispatch of that 00. The Camaro gets by before turn number 10. However, the 21, the Boss 302, does not.
So that holds them up at least for a brief moment. He stays off to the side using that extra horsepower. He sends it into the braking zone, shows himself in the mirrors. Can't quite manage to get up to that rear bumper quite yet. But now it is a race for the lead between these two, the 21 and the 166, as they cross the line with about 38 minutes left on the clock.
I think the move could be coming as soon as turn number 2. Doesn't look like the Boss is quite close enough here this lap. Let's see about the run coming out of the top of the hill here. Seems like Hildebrand has a nice handle on that Chevy Camaro out front. It doesn't seem to be sliding around too much. However, the pace advantage is definitely with the trailing car.
Is Hildebrand maybe trying to save his stuff a little bit? And the 21 using up more than he needs to in these early stages in the race. Whatever the case, they've gotten him there, and that's the first task. Now they have to get him by, and then can he hold on to it until the end as they crest into turn 6. Down through the long sweeping left-hander, takes a tighter line through this more than 180-degree corner, but it doesn't get him the spot quite yet. The Camaro retains the lead.
What about the horsepower, the drag race down the drag strip? It seems like the red and black number 21 had the advantage in terms of the horsepower, got the pass done before they jumped on the brakes, and we've got a new leader out front.
Impressive stuff. He was as far back as, I want to say, 6th place at one point, and has now managed to jump himself back up to the top spot, coming down through 8 and into 9 here. This is then going to lead into turn 10 as we watch from the drone cam. And the gap is going to be updated once we get to the start-finish line. Let's see how far he's pulled, because, I mean, he has already put many car lengths between himself, and he only passed him this lap.
A terrific job in terms of the early running pace. I think the biggest question is kind of what you were talking about a little bit earlier. How long is the equipment going to stay underneath each one of these cars? Are the tires going to burn off from the muscle cars? And if they are, is it going to be the front? Is it going to be the rear? Are they going to be sliding all around? And that's going to tell us which driver took care of their equipment early on, or maybe which ones were pushing it a little bit hard.
Exactly. And passing him in turn 7, pulled a gap of 1.4 seconds in just half a lap. So Eftemu is very much on it in this early part of the race. If he can get a good enough gap, even if the tires do start to go away, hopefully that can mean that he's far enough ahead that nobody can chase him down. But we have to wait and see if that strategy will work, if that's what he is trying. Behind them, we still have the 17 sitting in third. So the podium still retains at least one of our minis.
I'm looking down timing and scoring on my side of things. I think our next closest battle might be the battle for 5th place, which is the 61 versus the 62 car. I think that was the number 6 Mustang coming down through the carousel. And here's the 61 versus 62 battle. It's the two minis, the rose gold and then the orange one giving chase. They're a little bit further apart than what I thought, or at least what timing and scoring is kind of showing. They've been without about a half a second from each other, trying to stay on the back of these muscle cars.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe that 6 kind of got involved in it at one point, maybe separated them, as he has moved his way up into 4th position. But he's got, it looks like almost 7 seconds to get up to P3, which is that number 17 Mini, to try and keep them off of the podium spots. The 61, there's that tightness that you were talking about. That's definitely within half a second. In fact, he's thinking about trying to make a move.
Yeah, and that 00, that yellow car out front is actually a lapped car. It's that 62. The bright orange machine is the one for position. But you're right, Joe. That 00 could certainly mix things up between those two cars that are actually fighting for position.
Looking at
Skittles.
Relatively, similarly painted cars once again. Got him a little bit confused. He does make his way through relatively quickly, so nice job by the 62 as he comes up into turn 2. And I love how much of the curb these things can take.
The reason why I was chuckling there is because the 62, driven by Andrew Waite, had a huge wiggle at the top of turn number 2, had a large amount of slide angle in the thing, and was able to gather it back up. But I was mentioning yesterday, you'll see a lot of the drivers of these minis literally chuck it into the corner, and when it starts to slide, you just got to deal with it.
Well, I was going to ask you because we talked so much about the difference in the way these things drive yesterday. That's something I don't think we touched on, that to try and get a front-wheel drive car set up for a race, you kind of have to have it loose under braking, don't you?
Well, I mentioned those rear tires. They're literally just hanging on. And here's the pass. So the 62 of Andrew Waite going by Robert Homke there in that 61 car. So the pass has finally been done for what is 4th place overall, and I think most importantly, the fastest of the minis.
Certainly looking quick right now. He's got a ways to go to get up to the next car. And did we must have lost the 17 because they were sitting, they are showing in the pits right now. Something has happened, and the 6 car is promoted up into 3rd. That's disappointing.
Definitely a great catch off of timing and scoring. And going kind of back to what you were just mentioning in your talking point about the drivers and how you have to set these front-wheel drive cars up. And I think I see the 61 entering pit lane as well. So that's another car inside the top 5 that might be having some troubles, and that might be why that 62 got by. But back to my long-winded point, the front-wheel drive cars, you basically have to allow those front wheels to not have any understeer, and that can be a little bit of a difficult thing to do when you set up a front-wheel drive car. It helps that they are super lightweight in terms of these Mini Coopers. However, I think the biggest difference comes when you're actually driving them, right? If you think about a slide and a rear-wheel drive car, you want to be in the gas to help it drift, help it slide through and power through the corner. In a front-wheel drive car, it is okay to be on the gas, but you have to be very, very careful with that steering angle. The car is going to go exactly where you've got that steering wheel pointed, so if you've got a bunch of counter steer in the car, you could be in for a wild ride.
And not only are they lightweight, but the wheelbase of these things. The name Mini is all you need to know. I mean, you look at them, and it's absolutely wild to see just how short the cars are, and that will also help them rotate something fierce if you need it to. Got a nice little battle here coming down into the hairpin. Well, actually, another car heading in.
And I see another car heading already into pit lane.
I'm wondering if we have driver changes, since we have had 2 drivers listed, because it looks like there are cars sitting down on pit lane from that drone view that we saw, but they are unfortunately outside of our view here in the box, so we can't really report on what's going on.
Yeah, not too sure on that one. I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down, especially with the multiple names and some of these entries. But back to the action on the racetrack itself, I can tell you just looking out our commentary booth window, John Hildebrand has not let go of that 21 Boss 302. It's still about 2 seconds, but it's not like that car is running off into the distance.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's been a great job by the 166 to make sure that Steve can't exactly run away with this thing. Any mistakes with only a 2-second gap, mistakes will be costly enough that you could lose that lead. We saw that with the number 6 car. They went off at turn 4. By the time they returned, they had about 4 or 5 cars that had managed to overtake and sneak by. So, yeah, seconds can be lost just with an off-track going through the dust and dirt here in Northern California. There you can see those 2 lead muscle cars down the drag strip here and just overtaking another of our lapped minis.
Yeah, that is the number 53 being driven out there by Tazio Otis. Cruising along, is going to have a nice view of that Boss 302 as it accelerates away from him, and actually there goes the Camaro as well. So multi-class traffic, if you will. Now I know they are competing against each other, but these muscle cars out front do seem to have the pace, especially at least on the back half of the field of the minis, where it's going to be up to the driver to really be able to navigate these cars efficiently and not allow your competitor to creep up behind, which is exactly what Hillebrand is doing in that Camaro.
Oh, but he gets a little chopped off coming down to the apex of 11. Car can't disappear and just has to deal with it. It cost him time that he was almost making up for a brief moment. I will say I saw the 17 return to the track, but it looks like they're 3 laps down. And I also see the 51 just going past us as well. So if there have been driver changes, there's going to be a lot of laps to try and catch up.
So our leader there, the 21 car, was quite wide up at the top of turn number 2. Wonder if he is starting to deal with a little bit of degradation in the car, whether that means tires, whether that means a little bit of brakes, whether that means the driver staying fresh in the cockpit. Whatever it is, it's allowed that Chevy Camaro to rock up on the back end.
The pendulum has swung for sure between these two. And now suddenly John Hildebrand is once again showing a little bit stronger than what we've seen from Eftemu, who really impressed us, blasting his way through the order to get back up to the lead. After he lost it, we should point out as well, kind of started up towards the front and a few positions given away as the minis began very ambitiously up against these muscle cars. Down out of turn 7 and through the S's. Does look like Steve maybe's regathering himself, trying to keep him away, but the timer updating is not showing that. It has gone down from 1.1 second, now showing it half a second between them.
And timing and scoring, well, it usually doesn't lie, right? Oh, here comes a terrific run, and actually the Boss 302 is going to enter pit lane here, so that is going to relinquish the lead back over to the 66. It's the 166 on timing and scoring. If you're here in person, it says 66 on the side of this Chevy Camaro. New leader once again.
Yeah, I think we can safely say that it looks like there are scheduled stops for driver changes in this race then, or if you don't have a second driver listed, probably just having to come in and sit in your stall for a while until the time is relinquished. The 66 has just gone back out with Levin and Carr being the two that are driving that Mini. I just saw the 51 blast past us now that they have returned to the track as well. So this means John Hildebrand is now your leader in that 166. Meanwhile, the 6 of Johnson and Brundle has been promoted into P2. And third goes to Gary Dreen and Chris Copley in the 424. I don't think we've even mentioned that car this whole race.
I don't believe that we have yet. So nice run there. Getting up through the order as well, up into the podium positions as of right now. It'll be very interesting to see how all of this, call it pit strategy, is going to play out, because we had several close battles, right? And then cars were peeling out of those close battles into pit lane. Now, theoretically, right, if the pit stops are the same or relatively equal, they should be rejoining the racetrack in those same battles. It might not happen immediately. You know, have one car pit one lap and then another car pit a few laps down the road, and by the time it all gets cycled out, they should theoretically be at the same point on the racetrack again.
And thankfully, our timing and scoring does show us who has pitted. Right now, I think we're still owed one by John Hildebrand. The 424 that I mentioned still needs to be coming in. Eric Verdin in the number 58 hasn't stopped. Tazio Otis in the 53 as well. And possibly Rob Fuller in the 690, though he is already showing towards the back end of the field. But the 166 car decides to carry on at least one more lap as they went past us. Now coming into view through turn 1 and into 2. Car still looks pretty planted.
And I think in terms of our race timer, we're right about halfway. Right about now is a 50-minute race, and we just ticked past 25 minutes remaining. I know we had that pace lap, so it might have been just shy of 50 minutes of, call it, race time. But these cars, in terms of the fuel cells and when they fired up, they have been running for at least that 25 minutes.
Looks like Johnson and Brundle have brought that 6 car in. So the 424 now moves up into P2. They're a whole 40 seconds behind Hildebrand, though, so they've got a ways to catch up to that car. And as we said, they both need to make a pit stop anyways. Those of you watching online can see our pit timers there next to the tower to see how long each driver has sat in there. And it looked like Andrew Waite, who is on his outlap, was in for about 5 minutes, if I saw that correctly.
And the number 21 car, I'm showing about 3.5 minutes. I think the next car out by these timers might be the 63 down there of David Cooper. He's coming up on about 5 minutes here inside the pit box. And from some of those shots there on the left side ticker, you could see that most of the cars, about 5 minutes 20 seconds, 5 minutes 25 seconds, 5 minutes 35 seconds. So they should be rolling out of pit lane here momentarily, or at least a few of them.
Oh, so we got a car slow on the front stretch. Almost looked like the 61. We'll watch to see when they come back in. I can see the number 6 executing their pit stop. They're directly in front of us, actually, on
it is
pit
the
lane.
61.
And, yeah, there you go. So that sort of mauve-colored car, unfortunately, looking like it might have to come to a halt because I'm not sure that it's under its own power.
And I believe the 61 was a car that has already visited pit lane. It was one of our front-running minis, I believe, that was battling it out. I want to say with the 66 at the time.
Yeah, I believe you're right. And we saw them kind of swap positions back and forth a little bit. I think we're waiting to see them enter the shot. Well, we're not going to get that one. We're going to get that 66 down the hill here through turn 6. Question is, when will this car come in for a pit stop? And will they be caught out by what could be a full course yellow if that Mini comes to a halt there between 1 and 2?
That's something I hadn't thought about yet in terms of the strategy game. If there is a full course yellow, you have already, or I should say you want to have already done your pit stop, because then you just rock right up to the back of the field and are ready to go once you go green. If you have not made that pit stop yet, well, the yellow flag's a great opportunity to do that. However, everybody who has made their stop simply going to go right by you while you're sitting on pit lane.
Exactly. Now, they are waving a yellow at pit exit right now, and they're motioning to get to track right. So I wonder if that car is kind of pulled out of the way and is at the pit exit but not a danger of the race traffic at this point. The 21 returned to the track. So Eftemu looks like he is back and going. Still have not seen a pit stop from Hildebrand, but according to my timing, he's the only one at this stage.
I'm going to kind of flip the script on that pit strategy a little bit. Given how long these pit stops are, is it beneficial to be out front and not having pitted yet, knowing how slow the safety car is going to be doing 4-minute laps versus being on the racetrack at full race pace with a 5-minute pit stop?
That's a good question. I'm not sure how much these drivers and their teams have thought about that as the 21 with a fresh driver inside. Actually, no, excuse me. I think that's still Eftemu in that car. Yeah, that's still Steve. But maybe the brake has caused him to relax a little too much.
Carried a lot of speed there into turn number 7. Had a big-time loose moment. So was able to save the car very, very nicely. Collect it back onto the racing line and remain moving. I think the big question, though, still remains when John Hildebrand in that Chevy Camaro does complete his pit stop, where does he cycle out?
Right now, I'm showing the lead car that has pitted as the 17 of Joe White and Indif Owens. So that's one of our minis, I believe. And he's actually just now climbing up the order. And I have to correct that. Looks like Johnson and Brundle are now showing ahead in that number 6, because we're still waiting for the laps to be retaken by them over Gary Dreen and Chris Copley, who have pitted.
And here goes the 21 by car, and the reason why we're really looking at this is you had just mentioned the number 6 car. Well, it is just in front of Steve Eftemu right now, so they're both going through turn number 4. It's going to be a muscle car versus muscle car battle here soon.
Oh, that'll be fun to witness, because they won't have the differences in performance as the 62 is stopped, and we have a full course yellow. So, unfortunately...
Well, we're about to find out about that pit strategy, Joe.
Yeah, Andrew Waite is going to have to do as his namesake says and pause for a moment for the safety crew to come get him. I think that may be out of turn 7.
I think so. I think you're right there. I think he pulled it way far to the outside.
Yep, I can see it.
Of turn number 7, which is the right thing to do, right? He's not on the racing line. There's several different iterations of that turn 7 hairpin that can be used, and I'm not. Are we under a full course yellow? I don't think we are. There's lots of passing going on. I see yellows being held at turn stations, and
as soon as it came up on our graphic, I saw the 166 and heard it slow on the front stretch.
And I see double yellows here at start finish. It's just, I mean, I look out my window and, I mean, every single car was racing each other. I mean, they're still racing each other here on the front straightaway.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, now it sounds like they may be slowing down a little bit, as I think they saw that. Looks like they saw that double waved yellow up at the flag stand, so now finally, hopefully, they've got the message. We wait for safety crews to get to the 62, still with 18 minutes left on the clock, so we should have plenty of time to get this going as long as there's no fluid from this car. We've seen that turn 7 hairpin allows the teams to pretty easily just scoot the car out of the way behind the barriers.
And I do see that our safety car has collected our leader, John Hildebrand, in that Chevy Camaro. I also see our safety trucks going out to retrieve this 62 or clean up whatever debris might be on the racetrack. And I do see at least everybody behind the safety car playing nice.
Yes, this is a good sign, as nobody's overtaken that safety car this time. They still have a lot of the field to pack up behind them, and that's probably why they have to run that safety car so slowly, is the minis and these muscle cars don't run as quick of a lap time as some of our other vehicles.
I see John Hildebrand pulling off onto pit lane from our lead position right now. That is the only car, Joe, at least you were saying that is the only car that has not made their pit stop yet.
Now, to your concept of whether or not he can get back out in the lead, he's got a 2-lap lead.
I like
right
this,
now.
yeah.
And since we know that it's about 1:54 at pace, I think it's fair to say it's probably going to be at least 4 minutes to get around one lap. So a 5-minute pit stop time should mean, yes, he still will come out in the lead.
So if you're used to modern strategy in terms of overcut, undercut, it's going to act a little bit differently here just with how long these pit stops are and now how slow the field is going. It's pretty cool because we have a front shot right here of John Hildebrand parked doing his pit stop, and gotta say, you know, it's not a whole lot of urgency.
Yeah, the crew is one man out there right now. Handed him a water bottle, and John's actually getting a little bit of fluids in him. I think there's some checking of tire pressures, and not much more than that since he isn't sharing the car with anyone. I assume they're just holding a timer. There is we've got it on screen now. There is an official who I assume has a clock and is watching, and we'll let them know when it's safe to go.
And what I think I'm most curious about here, my nerdy racing brain, spent a lot of time on that front right tire, not nearly as much time on that right rear, which tells me the Camaro is really leaning on that front right tire, which makes sense around here, especially with the carousel and turn number 1 as well. And then they are also taking tire temperatures with that tire probe.
Yeah, that's what I was just noticing. So it might not be tire pressures. It looks like it is just tire temperatures. Make sure they're happy with it. And like we were saying, no wonder they're having to check it, because these are heavy cars, and they are chucking them around a lot of corners. It hasn't been super hot today, but the sun has been pounding the pavement, so I'm sure the rubber is taking some abuse for reference, since we said it was 2 laps that he had over the field, that field who has now gone by is still coming into the S's. Now, let's see, the pit stop time 2:30. So, yeah, I think he still should come out with the lead.
I think he should as well. I still don't see the 62 has been retrieved down there, so I wonder if they're going to leave it out there or what exactly the plan is. Now, here is the thorn in the side of John Hildebrand. Little odd, we went full course yellow for what I assume retrieving that 62, but now we've got pace car lights out. That car is still out there, yet we are going back green flag racing.
We've seen that a couple times today, so they must consider that car to be in a safe enough spot to let the drivers carry on. He is pretty far outside the exit of that corner, so hopefully that should be good enough as, they are being released now, and the green flag is being waved. 13 minutes left of running. Now, the 24 is the first one to take the line, but our leader still sits in pit lane as we wait for the 6. That is our car in second place. Where are they? They still haven't come past us, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't see them on screen in the shot. Just a bunch of... Actually, there it is right at the top of turn number 2. Getting by that Mini Marcos about 3 wide, and then still a little bit of a nervous moment between the 2 Minis of different brands, or I shouldn't say of different brands, of different models right there going up into 3A.
How wild of a time must this be, because you know you're trying to race to take the lead, but at the same time you're trying to overtake lapped cars, and everybody's coming back on colder tires now that we've been sitting and putzing around behind the safety car for so long. So it is going to be sketchy out there, stuck amongst these minis.
And big time props to that number 17, the drivers and the crews. Oh my goodness. The number 6 car was about as sideways as you could get exiting the carousel, and then he made that car narrow to fit between himself, that wall, and that Mini Cooper down on that back straightaway right there. So the number 6 car has got the urgency. He's trying to get a move on because he knows that Chevy Camaro is still on pit lane. It has not left yet. The lead is still up for grabs.
17 is your third place runner right now. When they crossed the start-finish line, it was less than a tenth of a second between them. And they're still chasing. In fact, that car is hustling because they've got the 21 of Steve Eftemu hot on their heels.
And I am looking out our broadcast window right now. John Hildebrand is leaving pit lane. Ooh. So just over 5 minutes was his pit stop, just like everybody else. But crucially, here is the number 6 car just now approaching turn number 12. The strategy still worked out for John Hildebrand.
Yeah, so that gap we'll see next time by. Johnson and Brundle have quite a bit to try and run down in roughly 11 minutes. And it looks like the 17 did get overtaken before the line as the 21 of Steve Eftemu moves up into the top 3 spots. There we see our leader of this race down through turn 4. And, this should give us an idea as they're still not even within the shot.
Very, very healthy lead here for this Chevy Camaro. Just got to keep the equipment underneath him, and he should be able to cruise to a checkered flag here in about 10 and a half minutes time. But trust me, that is still a long 10 minutes around Sonoma Raceway.
Indeed. And Hildebrand having a bit of a rest at least, collect himself, refocus. Now he knows what he's got to do from here to try and take the win of our endurance race for Mini versus Muscle on Saturday for the Velocity Invitational. Now we're able to see out of our booth the distance between the 2 cars. It's about a corner or 2 between them, but it might not be the 6 that runs him down because he is looking to loose as a goose as Steve Eftemu has caught back up already.
We definitely want to focus on this Shelby GT350 versus Boss 302 that is going to be coming into this shot here momentarily. They're probably going to be side by side. The 21 is looking down to the inside. The number 6 car just maybe a little bit deeper on the brakes, but that number 6 has really been burning off those rear tires.
I feel a sense of urgency from Steve. He knows he's got a fast car. He's chased down that 166 once already, but first he's got to get by the Mustang.
Let's see where he's going to make the move. And to your point, if he's going to chase down the Camaro out front, he's got to get past this number 6 car sooner than later.
Easier said than done, especially at a track like this. Does seem like the 6 is just kind of holding his line. He knows that it is up to that 21 car to really manage to make his way past as long as he keeps steady. But that has not been an easy task as that car wiggles even out of turn 4 a little bit.
Goodness, still sliding that car through turn number 5. Now down into the carousel, turn number 6 as it's known here on the racetrack. And actually, that number 6 car got on the gas, but look at the horsepower out of the 21. It's a drag race all the way down to turn number 7. Steve Eftimu claiming second place again, and now it comes back to the number 6 car to the inside.
Not for very long, at least. He's going to have to fight hard for it, and he loses out. The 302 is not the boss for now. It is the 6 car that holds on just as he clips the curbs down through the S's. The more time they fight back and forth, the more time the 21 loses to chase down Hildebrand.
Coming up to this fast turn number 10, got to keep those rear tires underneath you throughout the entirety of the corner, and Steve has a terrific run once again. He's going to look down to the inside, and this time, is he going to get clear of him? No. The number 6 car continues to fight back. We've seen the 21, the red and black, maybe have a little bit more horsepower. This might secure second place.
I think he's got it now. Nicely done. Steve is up to P2. The gap between himself and Hildebrand, 7.3 seconds. He's going to have to make up a second per minute left on this clock if he wants to take the win. So we'll watch. He'll have this full lap with clean air in front of him. His best lap in comparison is about, it looks like a second and a half quicker.
151.4 for that number 21 car compared to a 153.7 out of the Camaro. So, yeah, at least the data shows that this Boss 302 is faster and definitely faster by quite a bit, but can it maintain that speed throughout the entirety of this endurance race to close it out to get the win?
That's the big question mark here. He has really run away. I mean, look at how far ahead he is of that 6 car already, heading towards turn 7. And
I can tell you, Joe, just in sector number 1 alone, 1.3 seconds taken out by this number 21 car.
Okay, color me impressed. I thought that this would be too much to ask, but Steve Eftimu is not going to take no for an answer here. I wonder if Hildebrand is aware that he's going to have to pick up the pace, if there is any pace left in the 166.
And I think the lap time is really going to show here, but is it that moment where it's just too little, too late, and he's not going to be able to catch the Camaro? I think that if John Hildebrand kind of stays the immovable rock, right, don't worry about the car catching you behind. Just focus on your brake markers, focus on your apexes, and turn clean laps.
That last lap, a 153.1 for Hildebrand. Eftimu crosses the line, a 151.5. It is down to 5.6 seconds between them.
I mean, yeah, that is a significant margin right there. Over a second and a half taken out just in that lap alone. I will say that both of these Mustang model cars just completely slid it up and over turn number 2. And something else we haven't really thought about, there could be the potential of lapped traffic.
I did notice that as we were waiting for them to cross the start-finish line. I saw a couple minis ahead of them. And indeed, yes, this is causing a checkup as some of our muscle cars are having to take an altered line to get by the lapped minis.
Let's watch them carry their way through the carousel section completely downhill. It finally flattens out here at the drag strip. And it's just the run down, and now look at that. You can actually see the Chevy Camaro of John Hildebrand out the windshield.
Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, that first sector It looks like it was a 2-second difference. That first sector alone, that is amazing stuff from Steve. We wondered whether or not he'd have enough car left at the end. It's almost looking like it's Hildebrand that needs to worry about it. He's the one that is lacking pace.
An amazing drive from FDMU, right? Because it wasn't just after the pit stop, but it was also the beginning of the race. Remember, it was you that said he had dropped all the way down to, what was it, about 5th, 6th, maybe even 7th place at one point early on, and had to pass all those minis cleanly, right? Had to pass all of his competitors, and when he actually hit pit lane, he was still arguing over the lead with John Hildebrand at that point.
And has made it back up despite the caution actually giving the advantage over to the Camaro. They crossed the line very much within sight of one another. The gap was 5 seconds before, 2.5 seconds now.
The fight is going to be on, and the majority of the time it is taken out here in sector number 1. Watching the Camaro continue to climb the hill here. This is the tallest part, the highest point in elevation on the circuit. Honestly, I was expecting to see that 21 car in the shot a little bit more. I mean, I wonder if maybe there was a little bit of a hiccup in one of those corners, because John Hildebrand all of a sudden has kind of grown that lead.
It's a good question. I'll watch carefully from the drone shot we've been watching from. I thought maybe I saw the 6. Yeah. Timing and scoring is showing the 6 ahead. So there had to have been an off track, as you mentioned. And Steve, I think, has lost his opportunity because we're down to 3 minutes left. That's not going to be enough time.
So this must have happened in turn number 1, turn number 2 area. We've been seeing these drivers push the limits all day long up at the top of the hill, and I mean, even now, there must have been an extra issue. There's a problem with this number 21 car, so this is going to be heartbreak for Steve FDMU.
Oh, what a shame. He was hustling that thing. Clearly, he had the measure, and we would have loved to seen a battle for the lead, but it is not going to be what we are gifted with at this point. Now it is up to John Hildebrand to try to bring it home. And at 1:50-something lap times, I think we got 2 laps to go, maybe. It's going to be close.
Yeah, I'm watching our start-finish stand right here, seeing if they're going to give a signal. Yes, they are giving the signal. 1 lap to go for the Camaro out front.
Well, that is music to the ears of John Hildebrand, because he does still have the 6 behind him, who I think actually has been gaining slightly. Nope, they were slower that last time by. So for John Hildebrand.
And just as we close out this race, it is a shame. I mean, I'm not too surprised, but the 21 is in pit lane.
Yeah, clearly something went awry underneath the hood of that car, and he had to limp it back home. But what this does mean is that we will have a Mini on the podium. It's going to be the 17 of Joe White and Indif Owens who gets bumped up into that spot.
Pretty cool to see there. And, you know, before the number 6 car came sliding down through the carousel, I was trying to give that number 17 car a major shout out, because they really have been the ones that have been able to take it to those muscle cars, at least in terms of the strategy, in terms of the pit stop and staying competitive. And there is also something else to be said about being the fastest of the minis.
Exactly. I'm sure that they'll retain those bragging rights, at least until tomorrow when we get another race. But
Joe, I don't want to interrupt you too much, but it seems like the Camaro's slow. The number 6 car is closing hugely fast, and John Hildebrand has a problem with his Chevy Camaro out front.
Is there another sting in the tail? What a twist at the end. The driver that was quickest seemed to have dropped off. The driver then who had the advantage with the lead now suddenly drops off. Suddenly Matt Johnson and Alex Brundle have a chance to steal this win away. Is it going to be enough as we come up to turn 11? Last lap of the race, around the final few corners. He can see him. He's just a few car lengths away as they start to accelerate. Is there enough oomph under the hood of the Camaro? It looks like there is, as the 166 of John Hildebrand will win. The gap at the end over Brundle was merely 1 second.
And I think here comes the number 17 car. It is this bright blue Mini. Should be coming through turn number 11 right about now. I see the 51 car taken to the checkered flag there a little bit further down, finishing in what is 5th place. And here comes the 17, going to finish on the podium and the furthest forward of the minis.
In fact, pretty darn far forward. I think we don't get another of them for many seconds here as he outpaced everybody else in his tiny little car compatriots. Finally coming down and across the line is the 63. That's a lapped car, I think,
there's the 424, the other bright blue car, completing our top 4.
19 seconds over anybody else there for the 17 car. 63 actually, I think, going to be a lap down from them. So, yeah, we wound up with, I believe, only 2 of the minis on the lead lap.
Yeah, well, I think the bigger story is only 2 of the muscle cars up front.
All right, well, that is it for our final race of the day. Your top 5, John Hildebrand in the 166, Matt Johnson and Alex Brundle in the number 6 car, Joe White and Indif Owens in the 17, followed by Gary Dreen and Chris Copley in the 424. 5th goes to Donald Racine and Dennis Racine in the number 51. Make sure and join us tomorrow morning as we have one more day of racing. We'll kick things off at 8:20 a.m. with another exhibition group Sunday here for Velocity Invitational.